Welcome everyone to Element 4. We are here in Phase 1 in the Open Qualifier number 1. The first of two qualifiers here going to take place over the next 2 weekends, and we have got 3 play days in store for you today, tomorrow, and Sunday as we finish out qualifier number 1 to find out which teams are going to make it through into that Phase 2 section. So, want to talk a little bit about the event schedule. So, I know we said two structure or two schedule days here. You can see them over in November, last 2 weekends in November, including overlapping a little bit of that Thanksgiving weekend. So we're going to get some Thanksgiving siege taking place Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Phase 2 starting in December and then ending all the way out in January with the last part of that. So we are really looking forward to what this thing is going to look like from a seasonal structure standpoint. In this Phase 1 qualify, there was a maximum of 128 teams, and we have got quite a few here. 4 are going to qualify out of Qualifier 1, 4 out of Qualifier 2 in this double elimination bracket. So that's what we're working for today, the beginning here of Qualifier number 1, and those 8 teams from both of the qualifiers going to join the 8 invited teams, Phase 2 of that Swiss stage. So On all fours for Element 4. What a great name. And that is Nix, Garfield, Tony, Ice Cold, and Pox Unlocks. A lot of these guys were at the major that just took place in Montreal. I'm looking forward to see what they can do here as part of the Element 4 qualifier number 1. Yeah, that's right. Really looking forward to seeing what NIGHTHAVEN can do here between these two teams. Excellent, my friend. So this is it. It is game time for number 1. Yeah, I mean, we know that the Shield change is coming as part of the season, year 9, season 4. The Shield change is on its way, along with the Blackbeard rework. So for sure, I think that's going to change up the way that bans are happening. The primary piece of that, no damage anymore from a melee with the Shield, just knocking the player down. So right now, though, still a huge part of the siege meta. Is Monty going to go? As long as the two, I would say the main operators we've seen banned defensively, Azami and Valkyrie.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, we see so much focus on the second floor, opening up those breach. It's really one of the favored sites. I don't know about solved at this point because Nighthaven's still relatively new in the competitive map pool, but we've seen some great attacks. We've seen some interesting plays come out. Are they going to leave the sight line open to top warehouse with Mira playing? I think that's likely. And then maybe looking over into connector. I'm not sure where they're going to set both of those up. Pox still working with 2 in pocket, getting this thing set up now to start off round number 1. And when we see Nighthaven be such an important vertical map, right, you have a ton of space available to be able to hold onto from the downstairs that puts pressure on the defenders upstairs, specifically in that IT area. But there's lots of vertical space. It tries to help them avoid making pushes in and holding onto this space. So that's the blitz at the top of those stairs, holding on to warehouse and bandit looking. They're not holding on to a bandit trick there on the IT wall. With the Maverick in place, makes it easy for them to try and open up that wall regardless. Oh!
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Shot out of the air! Boy, what a flank they're coming up the river stairs, sending 2 defenders up. One goes down. He tries to throw the C4. It gets shot out of the air. A little bit of a distraction, and then the rest of the defense able to walk. The second player able to walk up those stairs and finish off both of the attackers at the top of the stairs. And like you said, keep the diffuser cold. Force the attackers to try and make that push back through sight, try and get near the door, and another C4 cleans it up. What a great round there from the defense. They hold on to that second floor. We know that's the primary site. Held on for defense. ONALL4S takes one. Team Iris looking to find their first attacking round. They're going to start off for hopefully what's the push on their side in the basement.
Seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. A bomb has been located.
Yeah, I think the K1A brings a little bit something extra there, and I mean, right now it still sometimes feels gimmicky, feels like it's an important piece of the defensive lineup. But here in the basement, I mean, look at this. They're getting set up for a quick potential rush in, or at least a quick execute here. You've got the Echo working on holding on to gaining intel upstairs, but 4 defenders downstairs in the basement push through that small breach. And look at this, the diffuser going down.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers are protected.
Wow. Oh! No! Holy cow. Yeah, what a great show of aggressive attacking play to start this thing off between these two teams. Iris coming out very strong on the attack. They're holding down, I mean, a well executed rush plant there downstairs in the basement. On that round 1, we didn't even see the first kill come out till 54 seconds left in that round. More than 2 minutes of setup and prep and work to get that thing going. Here on the second round, Irish pushed in and changed up the strategy completely and showed on all fours that they were here to win this thing. And just the complete change-up in the way that the round played out, I think, seemed like it caught on all fours a little bit off guard. We saw the Echo running the drone upstairs looking for, you know, some of the typical entry points you'd expect, but completely avoided that. Well played there on the Team Iris side. Going to see now how round 3 going to go. On all fours going back down to the basement, but this time I would expect that that I'm going to see Iris run it completely differently as well to change things up on all fours again.
Bomb located by attackers.
Copy. All right, how about now? Negative. All right, hold on. Just a quick pause while we work that out.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers. Attackers dropped.
Give it a try again.
Check, check, 1, 2. Find ourselves in a 3v1, and you're right, chat. That was a Cade kill that we were able to see there towards the end of it. Yep, I'm on there, Whiskey. We've got it. Okay, minute and 43 left, and what you're seeing, folks, is that another sort of quick attempt started to play out here, but the problem with that is you can only find it once, right? And once if the team is good enough and well put together, they're going to be looking for that a second time. So attackers did, however, get stymied a little bit towards the play, and they are going to find it. So quick is going to be the action, but it's not going to be the plan. In which we were watching on the second round. Yep, sorry about that technical issue, folks. You missed some just absolutely goated commentary. I'm just going to tell you now. No.
No, it's a true story. Absolutely, that's what happened. You got to see it. So, yeah, good question. I'm glad we got the technical taken care of. Thank you for jumping in, helping out with that. And what did we see? Cade Claw kill? Is that what you said? As we were working on the tech issues, I didn't get a chance to see how that one happened.
It played out, man. It posted it up in the kill feed in the top right. It was a Cade Claw kill. Must have just been super low going for that breach. Touched into it, and that was a good night. Sayonara. See you later.
Well, from a defensive standpoint, this time bring it out. So Team Iris taking 2 in a row downstairs in the basement. So what's the change up here? On all fours, going back upstairs to the second floor, where we saw them win back on round 1, and this time changing up the lineup, bringing out the cap can. I love the cap can play, and Nightmare Nick's playing that can be very dangerous for this Team Iris. Not seeing it in those first 2 rounds, so it's going to be a little bit of a change-up. And let's see, I'm going to change how they make this push in. They're going to slow down, be a little bit more methodical. Like we said, on that first second floor round, it took almost 2 minutes, or more than 2 minutes, before that first kill came out.
Yeah, a complete change of pace from the top to the bottom floor. And that's one of those things that you've got multiple entrances in. You can stack up. You can go for the plant. And, more often than not, if you're caught up on the first floor, it's going to at least net you a couple of kills, if not a position to plant. So huge couple of rounds here for the attack team. And now headed back up top, and they're going to try with some pace-setting operators, right? Bring out the Capcan, bring out the Legion, bring out the Malusi, all individuals who are meant to just slow you down, and that's exactly what they need here, especially on this first bit of round. Now, you're going to see attack find 1 as Nightmare Nix gets taken off the board, and that's going to be the Capcan, but of course his gadgets going to be down, and still potential for a kill to go into his favor. Still quite high, but the Twitch coming in, Whiskey already getting a lot of that work done.
Right, definitely a little bit more methodical, and Garfield running across the door frame. It was an angle held on tight there by Snooki, a long angle there, but yeah, you said it was this attacking team working on clearing out all the defensive utility. The combination of Maverick trying to open up that main wall, and now can openers plus the ace charge as well. And all right, now Snooki's going to get answered back there by Pox, and this play from down below again. Buck did a great job during that first round we saw, trying to put some pressure on the defense from down below. Ultimately, it didn't work out. He's going to be in that same spot, putting pressure on these defenders upstairs. Warden going to be the one taking a few shots at him.
That's right, and so a low health scenario on the side of the defense as Warden is in that 46 HP. A couple of shots ring out, but don't quite get the job done. 4v2 now as they start to put the pincher on for this last 62 seconds, and there's going to be it. We talked about being important. It only takes 1, and now you're going to slow down incredibly as they find 1 of those Capcan traps. Does result in now into a 3-2, and now a really low health scenario. We're going to see Legion get taken off the board, deleted into a 3v1, able to start getting themselves into sight, set up to get that plant going down, cross set and ready to take the peek. Nothing there yet. He might be able to stop it. No, there it is. Guac going to find that kill as he bobs back and forth, looking to end that round, and which they do.
Diffuser going down behind pillar and putting a pressure on the defense. Needed to try and swing, take care of the planter, but with, a 50-50 shot, which side of the pillar are you going to take? Audio in that case going to be a little bit scuffed with the diffuser going down, so made a choice, picked wrong. Attack takes another. Iris going 3 now in a row after ONALL4S took that first round, and would have said after that first round it looked like we're seeing ONALL4S doing, managing NIGHTHAVEN a little bit better, right? They had really slowed down the pace, and ever since then, really, Team Iris has absolutely shown up, and they're winning in a variety of ways. The quick plant, the more methodical play, the clearing utility, they sort of have every base covered here at this point, so we definitely need to see ONALL4S change up this a little bit. They need to find something that's going to work to slow down this Team Iris attack.
That's right. One of the things about NIGHTHAVEN that we love so much is it can become attacker-sided. If you've got a team that has got some chemistry that will get those comms, right, and that can facilitate the extension and the hold here, and that's take care of the extension and the hold that's going on. And in this case, they're just bypassing straight past it, right? They're just, on the last couple of rounds, they're just pushing in, taking space, and winning the gunfights, and it's working out wonderfully for them. So now we're finding ourselves on round number 5 here with ONALL4S in kind of a need to figure out what the adaptation is going to be on their part. I think Castle coming out to help facilitate that extension, really going to help slow this team down. They've already got some people on ping already, but look at that. It's going to be just an answered shot back. The headshot deleted Nightmare Nix off the board, and that's going to be the Castle gone.
was going to say, we've seen Team Iris do a pretty heavy dedication to the vertical play from the bottom up on really all of these sites that they played upstairs, right? Both times that we've seen on all fours run the 2F defense, we've seen Team Iris play that first floor and play vertical up, and we're seeing that again this time, making the pushing, gaining real estate downstairs in the basement. Nix was downstairs to try and prevent that from happening. He gets taken out, and now Buck is making quick work of this floor below the site. Plus, you've got a couple other attackers downstairs. Yeah, this is, right now, Iris is doing a great job of managing the vertical, and they're putting a ton of pressure on ONALL4S, and they do not have an answer for the way this is going.
Absolutely, and look, it's a counter-stratted op for each member that the defense brought. Right, you've got Malusi's, fine, we'll bring the Flores. You've got the potential for the roaming Legion, fine, we're gonna bring the Gridlock to slow him down. Vertical needs to push smoke out of the place, then yeah, absolutely, they'll bring Buck along to do that. But there's gonna be the answer back. That's gonna be the equalizer now as we find ourselves in a 4-4, minute 15, and just starting to push in, just take a couple of gunfights through the long distance. And look at that, the pinch coming up. Buck gonna be able to find Garfield off the board, and that's going to put the body balance tipped in favor of Team Iris. But look like that, protect the president, it's going down again. They're going to take smoke down, which is going to be the area denial, and Legion up top going to last it all on the shoulders of Warden, who finds himself alone on the first floor to try and stop this plant. He's going to get a little bit of damage, and that's going to put it down, put us into a 1v3. Doesn't, or still has a C4 to launch long if he needs to, but now time is working against him as he's got to find the vertical play and the two that are still down below. So a tough position to find yourself in. A retake seeming almost impossible. Sends one up, but it's just not going to be in the right spot. An attack is going to find another one.
You see, as that diffuser is going down, the spread of where Team Iris is playing, we had one attacker downstairs in the basement, one upstairs on 2F with the plant and cover happening on the first floor. They had the vertical covered from both angles, and there was really nothing that ONALL4S could do to try and force maybe a 2v or a 1vx kind of a scenario to gain any sort of ground on Iris. They did a great job playing down below, taking real estate, forcing the defenders out, putting all the pressure, opening up all that space so the defenders couldn't play up close to the window. Plant goes down, and they've got vertical coverage on all three floors. Well played by Team Iris.
Yeah, and look at how the kills are spread out here, right? It's a team effort on the side of Team Iris. Now, this is not a devastating phase for ONALL4S if they're going to bring that same aggression, if they're going to bring that same togetherness on their side of the attack, right? Because we've talked about it. NIGHTHAVEN can be attacker-sided and tends to be that way with those more coherent and cohesive teams. So ONALL4S, I've got no doubts that if they win this round, that we could be looking at some overtime should they bring that same pizzazz and to their attacking side.
Oh, I mean, you see NIGHTHAVEN being a map generally defensive sided, right? And I hate, we talk with Ace, one of the T1 casters, and Jesse has had this comment too that, the side statistics that you see in T1 or across the board don't always line up exactly with what you see at all levels of Siege, because the individual players and the way that they play each of the maps usually factors in more than sort of the general side statistics. But it's an interesting comparison, at least. For NIGHTHAVEN, if it was more defensive-sided, the C4 attacking wins, I think, is definitely surprising. And it sort of matches up with some of the comments that you had seen other players in the scene make. Team Iris here has got a few of the collegiate players saying, don't take Iris to labs. And this is, they're starting on attack. Clearly, some of that commentary there lining up. They're a very good labs team at this point. So you said it, very interested to see how ONALL4S is going to handle their attack, because they got one more opportunity here to try and get a second on defense and prevent that 5-1 split here for Iris on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say thank you so much to F5 Esports. I just want to say the love and the outpouring and support for Whiskey Glitter's family throughout the Siege community has just completely filled my heart up. I'm so grateful to have all of you. Thank you so much for all of that love and all of that support. and just the kind words, just to say, I see you, F5 Esports, and I thank you incredibly. First kill, though, gonna go out. Nightmare Nick's off the board first again. Area denial, Mr. Whiskey. That smoke is gone, which means we could find ourselves in a plant situation very quickly.
Yep, another opening death there for Nyx as well. So that's been a couple. He's been putting a little bit of extra pressure on this Iris team and being in the places, I think, expecting Iris to make the push down. So, right, correctly identifying where those initial pushes are coming from, trying to use some of that intel to gain some ground, but just not winning the gunfights, keeping himself alive. And you said it, the smoke, the area denial gone, going to make it a little bit more tough. You do still have, you know, the Malusi traps. You still have some of this, the intel or the extra denial there from the Goyo. So they still have some assets here. Plenty of time. 1 minute left for this team. But man, the vertical going to work here again for Iris. They're doing a great job holding on right now. All of the defenders downstairs in the basement, so nobody upstairs to put any other pressure on this attacking team. So maybe a late round flank, but with 48 seconds left, not really enough time to make that change up.
That's right. So a little bit of damage done from the distance here. Shots ring out through the hallway, and it's the long bomb. Look at that. Snooki going to find one onto Josh, and now that's going to give the body balance tipped over back in favor of Team Iris. Now the flames start to go out, and that does stymie the approach of the attack team, and you're going to see another kill go out as Hennessy gets taken off the board now into a 3-2, and look at that. Give him good for a double. Give him a triple as he starts to warm up now into the 3v1 stage. Thatcher, the last alive, as he makes his slow march down. Exo here, try to put a little bit of pressure on, but he has still got utility to deal with. And you know what? Break out the barbecue sauce for that four-piece Malusi. Just not going to be stopped here and take us on to a 4-2 on the half.
Well, we said ONALL4S needed to find one more to try and at least hold on and stave off that 5-1 half. They pulled it off on the back of some individual heroics there from Tony. Like you said, a four-piece. What a great run from them. So the problem is, it was individual, right? Yes, you had some of the team forcing the attackers right into Tony's line of sight, so certainly had some help from the rest of the team getting those kills set up, but it did win the gunfights when it mattered the most to get ONALL4S their second round. Now we get to see the side swap and see how is Team Iris going to handle their defense here on Labs.
It's a very funny name. Every time you make the call out, it makes me giggle just a bit. Okay, so time to switch gears, Whiskey. You're right. It's the op swap. Let's see what ONALL4S has brought to the table as far as their attacking lineup. Very similar, right? Oh, except for, there you go. Maverick actually going to get taken off the board. They're going to opt for the Thatcher instead. On the side of the defense, we can talk about it as it's all set up already. One breach denial, right? Not leaning into that Cade and Bandit combo that we've been seeing a little bit lately. It's still going to have that character combo interaction here as Two Brows also going to be on the board, but really going to lean into pace setting operators here right from the get-go. Make sure that they can't take that space, and if they do, it's going to cost you to do so.
This I was going to say fantastic drone, but making just a little bit of noise and warding, picking up that sound call. Now he's going to be in place to hopefully try and shoot this. No, the Flores drone is going to come in and take down that shield. That's huge.
Yeah, one of the things that you're looking for when you're playing the Warden back on that river stairs is having that that mute there to stop those Flores drones from getting in, because, I mean, it was an easy call. Now they've given up that space and forced him back to play off the doorway or off the long angle from the walls instead. So, I mean, it stalled out a little bit of time, but not any sort of time that they would be not getting stalled out anyways. They do open it up here with the Maverick as they've made themselves able to start opening up this breach, and they did bring the Ash along to do so. But Cade here still sitting on the catwalk there, is forced back behind the Mira shield as they are starting to take up the space from all sorts of different directions.
It's really, yeah, boy, just watching the Iris defense here to set up, it looks like they were sort of having just a few mistakes, like maybe second-guessing themselves, right? You had the C4 ready to be able to take a shot from the Maverick. You know, had a little bit of an opportunity there to take it as he's working on opening that hole up slowly. But the defense just waits a little bit too long, sends it out. Maverick is able to move out of the way, it just felt like they were second guessing their decisions there and slowing it down. Love to see this this Team Iris, you know, change up the way, maybe a little bit more aggressive on their side, because right now ONALL4 is doing everything that they need to open up the sight lines and clear out this utility, and right now they're looking a little bit better here on attack.
That's right. Two defenders, however, drop down that hatch, start to put the pressure onto the Deimos. Maverick going to find his life forfeit.
Oh,
as
the flank!
Nick's taken down again. The flank, though, does end up netting himself one, but it gets traded back immediately as we find ourselves now into a 3v2. 43 seconds left, and the attack put off just a little bit as the defenders now claim that body bounce. And there's a Maverick hole to find a kill as Josh is able to take the head off of Snooki now into a 2-2 scenario. Low health as the Flores goes down to 23 HP, holding on from the long distance, waits for a rotate back into sight. But as the clock starts to tick down, Whiskey, not going to have enough time. Hennessy to take Garfield off the board, now into a 2v1. Josh, the lone survivor, but he's going to be dealt with, and the defense going to take their first round on the side of the ops. Swap that defensive half, and Iris still looking real good.
Yeah, talked about some of the missteps there at the beginning of the round where it seemed like they were playing a little bit timidly as ONALL4S was working on sort of that standard push into labs. But at the end of the day, they were able to hold on to those power positions, and that late round rotate to protect the Mira, to protect the side of sight, not allowing the attackers to push in and force them through the open door from IT into sight, I think ultimately was the choice that won them the round. Right, that's where you got both of the final two kills there on the attack as they try and push in that door, and with no other hard breach available to try and open it up after the Maverick went down. Just well played from the defense, even though a little bit of mistakes early on, they converted that into a round win and take it up to 5 now on this this Team Iris side to work through round 8. And this time we're going to go to the basement. First time downstairs for this Iris team.
Yeah, but look at what we're doing. We're already setting up the extension upstairs. You've heard me talk about it, folks. It's probably one of my favorite defender operators. It is the castle, right? He can just facilitate those holds everywhere, force you to bring gadgets to specifically take his gadgetry down. So double up with the breach dial down below and the Mira as well. With the extension up top, this is looking like a very fun defense to have to deal with. Now, of course, Maverick is going to start opening it up and taking a couple of shots towards the doorway, and he's going to be close. Instead, he's going to have to open up a second hole for somebody else to get a little bit more active as well.
That's right, opening up a couple of those sight lines to confuse the defense a little bit. But look at this, playing from down below again. Vertical play on NIGHTHAVEN. One of the reasons I know that you absolutely love this map is the angles and the way that can play out really work fantastically together. Now, the thing I thought was interesting from this attacking team was you had the Thatcher, you had the ability to break some of this breach denial, but not bringing along any hard breach besides the Maverick to facilitate it. Interesting you would choose the Thatcher with no one else to sort of back the Maverick up. If Nyx goes down, playing some of those aggressive holes on the main breaches in the basement, that could be deadly for him. We have seen teams be very successful, though, on attack, on basement, when they don't even bother opening up the breach. And that almost feels like what we're seeing here from the ONALL4s was using the breach as a distraction, focusing here on the vertical play on this Team Iris defense.
And look at this. They're going to find the first 2 kills as ONALL4S takes the body balance lead here in round number 8. Now, one does get answered back. Josh going to get taken down, and that's going to be half of that vertical presence done data, but you still have the Ram, of course, with another boogie in pocket to be able to still open some of this stuff up, try to put some pressure on to whoever's playing off of those Mira windows, as Mira has already been taken down, looking towards the back end, towards the exo stairs, but not going to be anybody there to take that battle on as they rotate back down to site. Now, that's going to be Nightmare. Nyx to be able to find one more C4 to go off, but no explosions as he tries and tries again. No matter how many times you hit that button, it will not be helping you out. 4v1 now as the pistol pops out and takes Snooki off the board. And you know what? It is going to clean it up. Garfield going to be on the last one.
Great round there from the attackers. So far in the basement, we have seen 3 attacking round wins and only 1 defensive downstairs in the basement. So definitely not the favored site in the way that these two teams are playing it out. So questioning a little bit whether or not it was enough hard breach there for the attackers to make it work, and they certainly did. One of the operators, well, at least I was going to say, we're seeing initially at least the Zero, all the changes that we saw for Zero, the buff, the additional of the Sam cams. I've been wondering why teams haven't been playing him more often with all of that additional intel in sort of the, we have sort of moved out of the intel meta for Siege, but still such an important part of the tactical aspect of this game. So see whether or not he sticks it. Looking like Ash are going to be the replacement. So powerful against Amira, holding onto the basement to just turn those mirror windows into just a regular reinforced walls after being able to crack them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to say about the not bringing enough hard breach along. It's something that we've seen kind of start to become regular, right? Is really just that dedication to the vertical game, and it looks like it's going to play out yet again here. This time without the Thatcher, as you're going to see the Ash get switched out for it. So still going to put some pressure onto this first floor. They've only got 2 people up here to start to try to stave off that attack. It is going to be the Castle and the Bandit. And that can be good if they're able to get a kill, if they're able to waste enough time that it forces a sloppy execute, then yes, I think. But if that's the case and you're not really seeing that dedication towards the who almost caught him one, went fishing outside. Now Maverick down to that 6 HP, but still alive, right? And then one shot headshot game, he can still be an impactful player if he finds one slipping on the rotate.
We talked about Nyx needing to be a part of it to try and hang on, being that he's the hard breach, but putting a little bit of pressure on, maybe causing a little bit of distraction here as the rest of the team works on trying to do a little bit of a top-down clear. You had both Buck and Ram upstairs, the vertical operators, working on clearing to make sure they've got this second floor done and putting pressure down on the first floor. So it's a lot of area you have to clear. Nighthaven's not the biggest map in the pool with Lair taking that spot, but still huge ton of space that they have to work on trying to clear out.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of damage done to both sides, but we still maintain full body balance on both sides. Half the round gone as they did able to take that top floor, and now as the defense has moved down completely, it's a full bunker strat now at the other side of the half, meaning they're going to get that first floor with ease now. You can see that Maverick, gets down, but is going to find his life forfeit on the other side of a Vector ringing out, and a low health scenario for the Nomad, and Ram getting taken down as well. Now puts us into a 5-3 situation as Team Iris is looking to put themselves on a match point scenario here, Whiskey.
That's another opening death for Nyx. Both on the attacking and on the defending side. He is just in the action to start this thing off, getting right up in the other team's face, no matter which side he's playing on. So finally able to answer back a little bit here. The first defender going down as the attackers work to put some pressure on it, but it's unfortunate that Nyx went all the way down to that 6 HP, losing his life early. So this, the vertical play coming in hot. Ice cold taking one, though, to cool it off.
That's right. Now into a 3-3, 23 seconds left as the execute has to start to happen. Nomad with the diffuser in hand, looking for a one-tap here on the floor. Not going to find anything just yet as they're still searching that verticality. 2 members down. EXO going to find that they're going to find some pressure on the backside of this mirror window. 7 seconds. They're not going to be able to jump in. That's going to be Nomad down as they push into sight, and that's going to be a second taken down as the defense just going to find the kills here in the last few seconds. The push-in just unfortunately not spearheaded enough, not happening early enough, and it just forced into a sloppy bit of a try for an execute.
Yeah, boy. 6 for Team Iris here. They are on match point. ONALL4 is now going to have to be perfect for 3. And yeah, I thought maybe the attackers had a little bit of an advantage, but like you said, it all sort of fell apart there at the end, trying to push in to that cargo area, and again through the door. That's the place that we have really seen this Team Iris punishing ONALL4 so far is taking advantage of the small entry points, those small isolated areas. They're not doing a good enough job trying to open up sight lines, and then not holding on to crosses when they have a little bit of an advantage there. So Team Iris, one more opportunity for them to take down this first. This is a best of one. We are in the opening round here in this double elimination bracket to find out which of the 4 teams are going to qualify here for Element 4 in the first qualifier. So it's the beginning of a long start here, or what is going to be a fantastic event.
Absolutely. So, Team Iris, match point scenario. Got to see ONALL4S perfect for 3 in a row, and completely possible, right? They can get that done, but they got to find a way to hold it. Like you said, they could have had a plant going down at the end of that round, potentially. Just hold the cross on the door, get the plant started, try to shoot the C4s that's coming your direction. But instead, they're going to find the double. So, on the defensive side of it, going to lean into mostly the similar operators outside of the dock being brought along to help some of those low health scenarios. And look, he's going to be ready with the C4 a little quicker this time. Sends it to him, but not going to find any damage. In fact, it's going to be Mira getting taken down to that 66 HP. But there it is. That's why they brought along the dock. A little stim, bring him right back up again.
That's right. And so now, the last time we saw ONALL4S work on taking this attack was back on round 7. That was the one that we felt Iris, at least I'd felt like they, were playing a little bit more timidly. Now, though, on match point, they're playing the positions quickly. They're up on the breach, tossing the C4s, not holding back at all. They're playing a little bit more aggressively here on defense, but you can see that late round reinforcement coming off. They blocked off that warehouse again. Going to force this attacking team in through either the river stairs side or maybe a little bit more focus on the connector. Got to see these guys rotate, change up this attacking strat, because right now they are losing players quickly.
That's right, and so you're going to see Mira taking off the board first, but a quick answer back is now the body balance does sit into the hands of Team Iris with 1:16 left, and now a low health Maverick wishing he had a dock stim coming his way. Break out the double. It's Gangsta's going to find it, and that's going to be Team Iris taking this map number 1.
7-3 victory for Team Iris, and like we said, a few of the collegiate players here playing, having a great time holding on to Element 4. Gangsta picking up that MVP, but yeah, 7-3. They all contributed, all did a great job as part of this.
That's right. Okay. Map number 1, game number 1 over and done. It's best of ones. So that's it. It's a sprint towards the end of it. You don't have a second map to take it back. So we're going to see Team Iris find the W on that one. So here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to try to just keep it rolling. So as the games keep a-coming, we're going to keep bringing them to you. Look for map number 2 when we come back. Ayo.
Let's go.
That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back here for match number 2. TSG Gold going to take on Team Iris. And if it's any indication of what we saw in the last map, this might be a head-to-head attacker showdown, which I'm here for.
That's right. Team Iris won 7-3 against their opponents. The ONALL4S4E4. What a great name. But this
That's
time,
pretty good.
they get to take on a TSG Gold, and TSG Gold won their game 7-2. So both of these teams in that first round of this double elimination playoff bracket here have, they had a relatively good round. So now, first time we get to see two teams that won their first fighting it out here for the next round in this bracket. The good news is ONALL4 is not eliminated. It is double elimination bracket, so you have to lose 2 to be out. And they have the opportunity to fight through the lower bracket now. So the two teams, though, these are it, my friend.
That's right. TSG Gold, couple of names that you know pretty well, right? Zonky, Dami, Vipoa, Hectic, and Rai Rai. On the other side, you just watch them get the job done on NIGHTHAVEN. Hennessy, Guac, Snooky, Spoons, and Gangsta to take them on. And let's find out exactly where we're going to take this, right? It's a best of one. It's a quick one. You got to send it and forget it. So Border and Bank taking off first. Cafe and NIGHTHAVEN going to go. Consulate, Chalet to fall. Lair, there it is, gone. This Skyscraper to follow it up, which means we're going to take it to the great equalizer that is Clubhouse, which when two competitively attacker-friendly teams are going to be going head-to-head, this is not a bad map to get it done on.
Yeah, that's right. It's unfortunate we're not going to get to see Layer here to start. So we're definitely hoping we're going to get to see more of that map in competitive play. It was played way more in the recent Montreal Major than we had been seeing leading up to it. So it was great, and I really want to get the opportunity to do that. But as we're about just a few seconds away from this game started, wanted to say thank you again for everybody that has joined and followed the channel. Twitch has been rounding up to 2,000 for about the last week, but we actually hit officially 2,000 today. So thank you very much for those follows, my friends.
Huge. Just in the last few days, we've seen such a huge outpouring of love and support for the uncles of Siege, I guess, is what we were called on Twitter once. It's just so great to be able to do this with you guys and bring you all of the Siege that we can, whether it's T4 through T1. We want to help you get the job done, and we just appreciate you sitting with us. So let's get into the bands, Mr. Whiskey. We're going to see it, and are you surprised Monty's going to be taken out first?
Not at all. We've talked about it all day long, all week long, all season long, that it continues to be the season of shields. They're so important as a part of the current meta that, it's necessary to use up one of your offensive bans there, taking out the Monty. Yin gonna go next as well, not surprising here on Clubhouse. A lot of utility, a lot of places to jump in windows, and a lot of, real useful for those hatch traps, so not going to be available. And Azami either, seen her ban rate really skyrocket with sort of the nerf on Solus and Fenrir. We haven't needed to use your defensive bans for either of those operators, making a ban on Azami or Valkyrie potentially coming up powerful, but could also be Mirror. We are talking about Clubhouse.
That's true. And there it is. You're going to see it. It is going to be the Valkyrie, right? Trend continue. Zombie and Valkyrie taken off the board. Get rid of that cams. Get rid of the intel. Get rid of the static warfare of the Kiba barrier. Not going to see it happen here. So where we're going to take it first, primary site. Going to head down to Church Arsenal. And let's see who we're bringing to the table. A little bit of a focus on keeping those hatches closed, as it's looking like Cade and Tubarao going to be the first to come out. Now, we have seen Mute being used a ton on this basement or on this Church Arsenal site. But the fun combo, and I hope we get to see it here tonight because this is the map for it, is that fun interaction between Scopos and Mute, where they help facilitate that flank and extension upstairs, or potential not extension, roam upstairs with that second robot.
Yep, you called it, but she's not going to be played here on this one. I find it interesting that we haven't seen Scopos make a more of appearance into the meta with that gun is just so good. The double operators, right? You take any damage, you can reposition. It's almost like an extra life in waiting. And, you know, like you said, on Clubhouse, there's a lot of great positions that she can be that sort of really facilitates that late round trade up. But you do have to trade out one of the other great defensive operators. And so the combination of the Tuberel and Cade's definitely going to make it difficult here for TSG to work on getting their way down. And I know we talk about it all the time. Traversing staircase is one of the most difficult ways and dangerous ways to change floors in Siege, so you need all of those hatches open. Tuberel and Kaid going to make that a little more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they did bring along Maverick to try to get that job done as well. You can see they're already getting a lot of this first floor control being brought out, and nobody on the defense going to go up and try to take that battle on, right? They're going to go for the full bunker strat and make sure that they're going to force you to have that late round execute, as you've got to at least find 1 or 2 on the body balance before you start dropping those hatches. So everybody going to be looking for some of those C4 kills, as there's 4 on the board, Mr. Whiskey. I think they're going to go for a little bit of some explosive gameplay here.
A bomb has been located.
You look at this defending team, right? They were everybody downstairs before, 30 seconds into this round, complete bunker back down to hold. And I feel like when we got to see how Iris played on Nighthaven, there's a lot of similarities between these two maps. How they were holding, they had a little bit of a bigger extension, so it's interesting to see how they're changing up this style a little bit. TSG Gold didn't exactly have the opportunity to watch and see how this team played it out, but there's a chance there was a little bit of an overlap. But that's one way to deal with the Tuberel issue. Run the Mav, he's going to be able to open it up no matter what.
That's right, a story of fire and ice, or a song of fire and ice, ringing out as the battle between Maverick and Tuberel starts to rage. Now, here's the thing, is the ice is temporary. That Mav, it's going to open those things up eventually. So they find themselves a little bit of damage done onto the Ram, as she's reduced down to that 37 HP, but you want to talk about life lost, let's talk about it on the other side of it. Mira going to find their first life forfeit here on round number 1. Now, into the 52nd mark, as they start to make the push down the main stairs, they start to put a little bit of pressure on, a little bit of a pincher move here, force these defenders to kind of group up together for a little bit easier of those kills, but they still have these Miras to contend with. So Grimbees start to go out as they ping out the locations, now down to the final 30 seconds. Some flashes going out as the chaos and disruption starts to happen towards blue, pushes in, takes it onto the blue, onto the Mira, takes one onto the second. Give Rai a double as the plant starts to go down. Jesus, we just flawless. Let's just give it to him without losing any life. The last few seconds just being absolutely incredible for the attack team.
I was a little worried there as we were seeing TSG work on the setup at the end. They were getting ready for the execute, 34 seconds left. You get into it to start to talk, and we still felt like we were seeing the attackers work on opening up the wall. The Tuberel was still on that main church wall, but then all of a sudden, utility dump into generator, into the bottom of blue stairs, and the quick swing out, taking down the Cade. That well-played execute, that is exactly sort of the perfect basement execute, and TSG putting on a bit of a clinic and showing up with a flawless to start this thing off. Team Iris looked very good against their previous team, ONALL4S4ELEMENT4, but TSG a little bit of a different team and making this more difficult, continuing the attacker-sided nature of this current round here in Element 4.
Absolutely. It was the perfect approach to basement, right? Open everything up, get your times, wait for the cross, take the first kill, and then in the last few seconds, absolutely huge utility dump to find yourself a tidal wave of action in through blue, and then geez, plant goes down, cross is held, good night, sleep tight. What a great round from TSG is there. And we talked about this in the pre-show. Both of these teams being very good at the attack, right? Very cohesive team together. And that's what it takes to win. TSG, I believe, won Border in their first game. I believe it was Border, which is, of course, notoriously attacker-sided. So this is going to be a battle of who can slow down, who can set the pace here as a defensive player. If we can see Team Iris slow them down to where they don't have the man advantage here in the last 30 seconds, we might see some defensive side wins.
One of the things I love on the attacker side here, bringing out the Deimos, Dami here playing this. We saw so much Deimos play as a part of the Montreal Major as well. He is really, I think, teams were slow again to adopt picking up that play, just like we talked about Skopos being a little bit slow as well. But I think we're really seeing the age of Deimos leaning in, and to the point where we may see something change up in his kit, right? Maybe there's a little bit of a nerf coming for him, because I think as teams are getting better at utilizing that roam clear opportunity, that roam clear potential, and getting very good with the Vendetta, it's turned into a fantastic attacking operator. You pair that up with an Ace for opening up those sight lines, the Flores, the Hibana for utility clear. TSG is all about opening up this building, opening up and putting pressure on Team Iris. So everybody on the Iris side, they don't have a really big extension. Nobody down on first floor, nobody in the basement, really not even as far over as construction. They have sort of moved themselves back in and given a ton of space up to TSG to get themselves set up.
Yeah, kind of a misstep it feels like, right? All of a sudden you give up all of this extension all the way into construction, and you get forced back into this position where now you can't rotate 2 inches to the right because the hold on the highway window is going to absolutely devastate you. So they're giving up space too early, and now that has resulted in the double death, the double down. Castle and Mute taken off the board early and find themselves hectic with the double. Warden to fall on the
Holy cow!
On the trade for Maverick, but it was a team kill. It wasn't even coming from the side of Team Iris. So just like that, again, we're going to have to see something more dedicated to holding on to some of those important critical push point positions, or this is just going to be a steamroll on the attacker side of it.
Does that count as a flawless? I mean, it didn't pop up because one of the attackers died, but it was a TK. That would have been the second round in a row that we haven't seen Team Iris contribute, even if we're not going to call it a flawless.
We can't
in
call
this
it a
case.
flawless win. You can't be called flawless when you shoot your homie in the face. That takes flawless off the table.
All right, but nobody on Team Iris claimed it, and that's
true.
Unfortunately a bunch of zeros here on the kill side of Team Iris. This is a very different way that this one's playing out. TSG obviously playing very good. We talked about that clinical attack here on basement, so Team Iris going to try it again. Now they've got a little bit of intel. How is TSG going to play this thing out? Maybe change up, maybe a little bit more of an extension. They've got a little bit of roam. They have the vigil and the mute presence up on the second floor. So for sure, Iris appears to be taking a more spread out approach. That complete bunker back down at 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the round didn't work. This time taking a different approach, and I like that strategy of using the castle here in the bar stage to hold on, and I know you love it.
Oh yeah, huge fan, right? This is exactly what we talked about them needing to do. Now, on the other side of it, they're of course going to have to get themselves a couple of picks to make this extension valid and worth it, or at least slow them down to where you're still holding maybe that first floor at like a minute and 30 seconds left in the round or something. But just look at this. All of a sudden, Ram's just going to make their way down and start to put some pressure on immediately. And they're not even looking at the window, because why would they be? Why would anybody be there? It's 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and Ram has already found their way into sight on the hunt. Blint's also there.
Way.
So the Crossfire are going to start to put some pressure on the backside as the pistol rings out and finds Mira off the board. So this extension completely read into, falling to pieces here for the defense, as now the only two left alive are going to be the ones on the roam, and Mute is going to try to bring this back, try to get some of that vertical control, but now it's a 5v1, and the IGL for TSG just said, see ya.
The third flawless in a row, with that second one having a little bit of an asterisk, I'll say for sure. But TSG, another flawless round in a row, and played out differently. So we saw Iris completely change up the way that they were playing defense, holding the basement site, opting for a spread out strategy. TSG identifying that very early on, and Iris didn't react at all to the way that TSG was making the push in. Very quick execute, didn't take as nearly as much time trying to open up sight lines like we saw them do upstairs on that 2F gym bedroom. They just straight went for it, and it felt to me a little risky watching Ram walk down those central stairs and swing on a mirror window that you didn't know whether or not the defender was on the other side of it. I don't know if we saw, they had a little bit of drone intel in church that helped make that easy, but holy cow, what a push in.
No, 100%. It was read like a book. They checked it out from Team Iris Library, said, oh, now you're going to try the extension. Well, it's too little, too late. We're just going to punch straight in and punish the people who weren't even looking just yet, didn't even know that they had to look. What a huge and beautiful round. And yeah, staggering stack. 0 kills on the side of Team Iris currently. Not one person, right, has got a kill as a team in the first opening 3 rounds of this map. And if that isn't something to fill you with a little bit of mental shock, then man, I don't know what is. It's a tough climb back, but if you've got the fortitude, Team Iris can do it, but it has to start now, right? So what do? They're going to bring out some slowdown operators, maybe not focus is specifically on going all the way up to the second floor to help facilitate that roam. But Kapkan and Malusi, a good addition, a good adaptation here by Team Iris to really try to slow down this just wave of aggression that TSG Gold has brought.
We talk about Kapkan being the 6th man occasionally, so that's what Iris is hoping. Can Gangsta pick up a kill? He was the MVP from that previous map that we saw in NIGHTHAVEN in that 7-3 victory for them. Hoping the Kapkans are going to be enough to just sort of add in a little bit. Good dirt hold here, piling up some util in the combination with mute. So going to work on holding it. And now we can see the drones moving a little bit forward. But boy, I feel like Team Iris, setting up for maybe maybe a run out, maybe a little bit of a spawn peek. Be careful. Dami makes him pay for that initially. Spoons in the mirror going down. And that's an unfortunate way to start off what needs to be the clawback.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. The C4 now off the board in the hands of Mira, and you're starting the first minute down in the body balance again. Which now with the Dokkaebi, who was not banned out, it's not only going to give you the body balance, but it's going to give you access to the cams readily available. So intel going to be had for days here. Still got a little bit of an extension or a roam game going on here. Kapkan is up in the bedroom, right? Still up on the second floor, but a couple of drones have sussed him out, which means they're going to start to put the pincher move. So this lone wolf going to find his life forfeit as they find him off the backside. Now puts us into a 5v3 with 1:30 left. As the defense needs to rotate back down, Malusi going to try to take this gunfight on. A little bit of heroics, a little bit of individuality coming in here, and if they're able to find 1 or 2 kills, they're going to be a hero. If they lose their life, it's just going to be par for the course.
Ash was upstairs, or not Ash, Dokkaebi upstairs droning, and finally we get to see Team Iris pick up their first kill. That's Snooki taking it on, so good intel there. That's one piece. 4v3, that is certainly not unwinnable here. Defense here on Clubhouse.
That's right, and it checks that first box, right? The one that's proved so elusive is getting that first kill on the board. So they get one, and now they can start to return to the normal state of siege that which they're playing. So 49 seconds left. They're going to see a little bit of damage done onto the A's. Looking towards some hatch play, the rotate down to blue. It's still that dedicated hold with the double mirror setup. A quick pre-fire does do a little bit of damage, but nothing to be worried about. So now this starts to feel a little bit better, right? Now the defense holding on just a little bit, and they've got Ash now taken down to 16 HP. As the clock starts to tick down, we're going to see a similar thing here with some util dump, a couple of flashes and smokes on the board to help facilitate that execute. Hibana having the diffuser in hand, looking from Moto towards that mirror window. Nobody there, but a shotgun here. Gonna find one. That's going to be the equalizer. Looking for a second, but Bravo going to get taken down, and now the body bounce tips in favor of the defense here into a 2v1, but the plan start going down, Whiskey. There was a Kapkan kill on Molotov Vapoa. The smokes are out. They're going to be able to go get it. Now waiting for it. They're going to find the trade. If it was a 1v1, the attack finds it, but because the two had the body bounce, they're going to get their first win on the board and a couple of kills to back it up.
Defender mission
That was almost a team ace there, with everybody picking up a kill. Capcan coming in clutch and getting one, being the sixth man to finish off that attacking team. So TSG is not going to get a flawless sweep of their first attacking half. Iris are going to find their first, well, their first defensive win downstairs in the basement. Played out much better. I think just a couple things went their way. I was a little worried that they were playing with a lack of confidence, and talk about being a mental chalk after three essentially flawless rounds in a row. That's a tough thing to come back from, but not from a competitive team in Rainbow Six Siege. Iris just needed a little bit of momentum. They took that timeout, the timeout buff in effect, and they come back and win that round. So now I'm going to go back upstairs to the second floor of that gym bedroom. We saw it back on round 2, TSG winning that one. So, change up. What are we going to see from TSG?
I like it already, right? They already made the change. You talked about it. They're able to pull back out of that 3-0 mental chalk at Adapt and played it a lot better, right? There's the refrags that were happening out. The buddy system was in play. They had a little bit of an execute, forcing that time to really come down to the very end of it. And then they kept their area denial alive long enough that they're able to slow down and almost stop the plant before it goes down, but still ended up finding that round win. So 3-1, right? Not too bad. The shock and awe that TSG Gold has been bringing to the table did not work for round number 4. So now we're going to see the adaptation on the side of TSG. How do they combat now that their strat has been looked at a little bit?
I mean, they're still very good with executing when it came down to it. So from the Iris side, I like that they brought out the addition of the Jaeger, right? We've seen TSG Gold certainly utilize the utility dump as a strategy into just overwhelming the defense. So use that, try and hang on a bit to this shield top red. Guac playing there, holding on, a little bit of cash, a little bit of top red to slow this attacking team down. So a minute, and they're just working on gaining some control of this, not giving it up for free. That was something we saw back on round 2, was that Team Iris was giving up a lot of the real estate for free, but already going down 2. That was the Guac, the top red, so all that utility to hold on, not going to be worth it. It's going to be down.
Yeah, and just like this, the last time we saw this played, they had complete Logi cash control by 145, and now with the body bounce tipped in the favor of TSG, they've got most of that similar control, that real estate already taken up. And one of the things that you're seeing TSG do here, which is a staple and a standard for Clubhouse, is open everything. Open up Hot Tub, open up the cache CCTV side, open up Logi, put the pressure on from the highway windows, and now what you're seeing is these guys are having to look 2 and 3 and 4 different places anytime they make a rotate, because there's still 5 members of TSG alive and holding on. So a little bit of intel here as they did suss out the defender down below, and that's going to be Hennessy getting taken off the board now into a 5-2 as the plant is going to start to be able to be facilitated. They're just going straight for kills here, though. No attacker having the diffuser even in hand, so they're just not even worried about potential protect the president. But look at that. A Vector rings out, but the double going to answer back quickly.
Yep, you had Mira playing downstairs in the bar stage area, prepay C4, waiting for it, but didn't catch that there was an attacker drone downstairs feeding all that intel back. All they had to do was gain a little bit of real estate upstairs and then utilize the Deimos to pick up Mira, and even if she's able to get one, taking a shot outside on the highway window onto the roof, Deimos is walking right up those red stairs, able to answer back quickly. So TSG Gold right now has got something for everything that Iris has thrown at him. Yeah, they were able to win one right after their timeout, a little bit of a timeout buff, but unfortunately for that team, for Iris, not found a way to slow this attacking team down enough. 4-1. Last opportunity here for Team Iris to pick up a second defending win, try and at least keep it even. And I feel like we're having a very similar storyline to what we did on the first game we got to cast here between ONALL4S and Team Iris, but Iris is the one that has slowed down and is getting very close to entering the losers bracket here. Still plenty of time left though in this best of one.
Yeah, and that's true. And one of the things that we did see, Whiskey, from Team Iris is that they had a very well put together attack strat on NIGHTHAVEN, right? So I expect to see something similar. Maybe the defensive side of it just isn't necessarily that incredible strong point that a lot of teams are, you know, kind of well versed in first, right? So maybe Team Iris, they get themselves a second win here, put themselves 4-2 on the split. Not feeling too bad about that if they're going to have that same aggression, if they're going to have that same strat, if they're going to have that same drive that they brought on NIGHTHAVEN to the attack. And look at that, already getting a little cheeky, a little quick there for a peek off the window, but not going to find anything just yet, because you're going to see TSG start to make quick work of the walls and open it up just like they've been doing the last 5 rounds.
And, you know, we say this is the TSG Gold roster, but for those of you who've been watching a lot of the T4, T3, T2 Siege, this is a roster that was together as Outlast and Dilemma before that, previously in Element. So this is a team that has played together for a long time at its core. So Team Iris is definitely up against a team that plays very well together. So they've got some intel, but look at this, boy, it really felt like Smoke was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Absolutely taking advantage of that good intel there from the TSG Gold side to take down again 2 to start this thing off. A 5v3. This is looking very tough for Team Iris.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's a similar story. They're getting the picks. They're getting them for free. They're getting the real estate. They're getting it for free. There's no consequences for the actions that they're bringing along. And there was a shot, but it's Holy Whiff City Batman as Cade is forced back to hold on to a pixel peek, hoping that Ash is going to come peek it again, but she doesn't have to. That's the thing, right? She doesn't have to. She can wait for the teammate to come and get active there with it. Now, Rai going to get taken off the board as he's going to find his second death of the round, but a quick swing onto the breach is gonna net another kill as Zonky gets taken down, and now Ace off the board, and all of a sudden a 3v2 gets set up here as the defense now find themselves ahead in the body balance and 50 seconds in which to hold on. So gonna need some absolute activity out of Ash as Hectic starts to push in, and with his 7-1 KD currently, he is definitely the man to get it done. 40 seconds, a lifetime to an entry main for sure.
Yeah, there's 35 seconds left. Utility dump incoming. We have seen TSG Gold use that to their advantage so well, but also going to try and push in. And Gangsta, the MVP, shutting that down a little bit. It's all up to Hectic.
That's right. Takes a couple of shots towards the top of red, not going to find anything. A wall bang in his direction, still not finding anything. There's a headshot down to a 1-2, but there it is, the trade, the buddy system, and through the power of friendship, Team Iris is able to come away with their second round on the end of the first half of the first map.
You take a look at this scoreline rolling into the second half of Clubhouse here between TSG Gold and Team Iris. You'd say, oh, all right, a little bit attacker-sided, sort of standard, but really when you look at how those rounds played out, certainly this has been all TSG Gold. It's very one-sided in terms of the totality of this game. So now they get the opportunity to try the attack for Team Iris here down the side swap. So what do we need to see them do? We've seen TSG Gold just sort of overwhelm Iris. It feels like they were just able to push in, playing either very well off of intel, but just really able to just push in and not be deterred even by the utility that Iris had set up. So from an attacking standpoint, can Team Iris hold on and deliver that same level of aggression as they try and push in quickly, take advantage of some gaps in the defense? We'll see. TSG, though, playing very well together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this next round, this one right here, is going to be a defining point, right? Because not only if TSG wins this, not only are they one away from that match point scenario, which momentum can carry them there alone, but if Team Iris comes away with the dub, if they get aggressive, if they find those early entry picks. If Spoons can get themselves a first kill on the game completely here, or on the match completely, I think that, yeah, we'll see that same gameplay, that same style, that same impact that they had on NIGHTHAVEN. The problem is, it's definitely a different set of gunners and shooters on the other side than, you know, this team, like you talked about, has been together for really a long time. So finding just one entry, not going to quite get it done. You got to find those first two and then start to get ready for your execute.
It's interesting. We're seeing TSG Gold take on sort of that same defense that Irish did to start this thing off. The full bunker back down before we even get 1 minute in. So this they're working the attack, the opening up those sight lines, opening up those hatches like we expected, in a very methodical way, right? Using the Habana to make sure those hatches get opened up and in a safe way. The kitchen always a real dangerous place, but this Mira upstairs, she's made, we talked about them all being bunkered back down at 210, but here at 145, Mira's upstairs in construction.
Yeah, still playing spoiler, still playing impact. It's still, if not sussed out, going to be the difference maker here and send TSG one away in that match point scenario. So, minute and 30 starting to count down. So, effectively, Mira stalled out a ton of time if they still now have to go up and deal with her. But she is alone, right? So, they can find that body balance quite easily. But with people going on their cams, with the drop getting ready to happen, the potential for her to play spoiler is going to be absolutely huge.
I don't
Here
think
she comes down that central stairs. They did. She is going to find it. 0 off the board with all of his cams. No intel to be had, Whiskey.
Unbelievable. They did not know Mira was upstairs. The great shot out the window to take down one. And, oh, okay, I was going to say Iris grabbing a double, but Zonky answers back. 2v3, 48 seconds left. The C4 is coming out, and C4 taking one of the attackers down.
Okay, but now it's down to a one of old-fashioned 1v1. It's the long versus Cade versus the Ash here down the long hallway. Diffuser, of course, is not in hand, so start to see the rotate. Maybe take the scenic route, put a little pressure on a little bit closer than what Cade maybe had originally thought, but the shots are going to give away the location. Is now Cade... Wait, Cade doesn't know that they moved. There it is, starting to look towards it, but still not onto the rotate. There it is. Jeez. Rai waiting for that sound cue, makes the swing, finds one, and that's going to be TSG now up in quite a dramatic fashion.
I was going to say, if you had joined us here at the halfway point in this map watching that round play out, they were looking very much more of an evenly matched team between these two. And really, that first half of this map was all TSG. That's at the start here, looking very much much more evenly balanced, but at the end, TSG able to come up with it. Ash didn't have the diffuser, didn't have any opportunity to try and misdirect or cause Cade to need to make any sort of quick decision. He was able to wait behind the cases, just hang out. So, basement win for the defense. We're going to see TSG upstairs, that secondary site, 2F, the gym bedroom, and brought along a pretty standard set of operators. But what I'd love to see from Team Iris here is they have not been able to isolate and force TSG into 1vx kind of situations. It has absolutely been the opposite. So that's what we need to see this team do. Try and put some more pressure on the TSG Gold guys in a way that is going to favor that 1vx kind of a scenario. Team Iris has got to find a way to do that if they want to win this.
Yeah, and looking like they're going to probably try something of that now, right? It's the default attack strat comes out, that two-headed approach, the double-pronged breach is both Thermite and Ace going to be on the board. And what do we see that for? We're wanting to see Garage get opened up to put pressure on the catwalk. We're wanting to see Hot Tub get opened up so they can put the pressure on from the backside. Construction for the very same reason, and then, of course, that main breach. And they're going to try to stop it. Bandit is on the board for a bit of that trick and still holding 2 of those charges in hand, but they get the intel on where exactly he's at. They're going to try to start getting that wall open on construction. As you can see, he's not going to even put any sort of dedication towards that backside.
Okay. I like the double up on the hard breach here from the Team Iris side. I know you talked about it, and without a bandit, he has to give up. He can't be tricking in two places, and they've taken this extension over onto the CC cache side, working on holding on to that. So again, if Iris can identify that TSG Gold is a little bit spread out, a little heavy on the cache construction side, and make this push in, might be able to catch TSG Gold off guard. And again, got to get them in those 1vx kind of scenarios. So put some pressure here on the mute in the bathroom, but it's a dangerous place with a shotgun in your face.
That's right. And you know it's true. Why? Because it rhymes, folks. So holding on to that bathroom is a dedicated push. All 5 members going to be starting to make it up. He is definitely going to be able to play spoiler here if he gets it right.
Oh!
But flashes ring out. The double he's going to take down with a C4.
No way.
Find himself a triple as he can't be moved. And now they are finally going to stop the flow of bleeding, but it's going to be damage done now into a 2v1 as Warden does go down. Puts all the pressure onto Ace here. And Jesus, he's in a tough spot, right? Because it's still on the east stairs. It's still in the bathroom. CCTV, he has to worry about potentially getting back up. As you can see the pre-fires. And look, there's somebody there. They can play spoiler as Bandit has already moved downstairs. He's still got a C4 in hand. So, shots ringing out from the bathroom area. Legion trying to get active. They just seem like they have got all of the avenues covered. And so Bandit comes up the backside, the central stairs, and now got the swing set up. So Warden going to lose his life as the time runs out in 27 seconds, 18 HP. It's a story that it has devastation written all over it unless we can see some one-taps, some headshots ringing in. He pushes in, takes a shot down below, going for it, but no, the cross setup. Foothole's going to deny any sort of getting close to grabbing that diffuser. Good night.
Boy, to see it play out almost the way we were expecting it and then to fall apart, really heartbreaking there for the Team Iris side. It said heavy hold from the TSG Gold on the cache and CC side. You had Bandit over there. And I think Team Iris, we said, needed to recognize that, adapt, change up the strategy, push from the Jacuzzi side. Right after we talk about that, 5 members of the attacking team line up and make the push in, but the hero of that round, Dami's C4, taking out a double, completely stopping that rush attack strat in its tracks. Really unfortunate there for the Team Iris attack, because it looked like it did exactly what they needed. Identified a gap in the TSG Gold defense, rotated over, changed up the entry point and the execute. Looked like they were on pace to make that work, and it just completely fell apart. And TSG wins the next. That's both of their defensive rounds in a row after a 4-2 half on attack. Puts them on match points here on the second game here on the ELEMENT4 Open Qualifier number 1. Looking very good to move on in this bracket.
Okay, so what do they got to do? It's the Tersh site test, right? Cache CCTV, the solved one, right? This should be, honestly, Team Iris should be able to find that opening kill onto the catwalk player, right? Take out that potential roam that's going on down below with the Mira. If they do that, then they find themselves up in the body balance and get that execute off that B chassis for the bomb. But that's what should be able to happen in this solved site. And they brought along the operators to get the job done. You're going to go ahead and see that the EMPs are going to ring out as they start to put some pressure onto that main breach, try to get it opened up. But instead, it was just a little bit of a faux attempt, as Thermite still has both of his 2 charges in hand.
That's right. Plenty of time here for the attackers to work on getting it set up. No need to rush it, right? Don't let TSG take advantage of a gap in positioning on your side. So work, identify, and then isolate. Team Iris working on making that happen. So pretty spread out, too. You've got Zofia clearing out down below, got players up on the roof. Got to deal with the warehouse side, though. That's one thing I don't think we have seen Team Iris work on right now. Not a lot of effort being played to the warehouse side, and that could be a gap in their attack.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if the Mira is allowed to just hang out down on the first floor and play spoiler. action here. So starting to put some pressure on it. You still see that Thermite did get one of those charges out and around to start to open up, but still haven't opened up that garage. Still not putting the pressure onto that garage player like we know that Capitao usually is supposed to do. So minute 15 left, and the clock's starting to tick down as we sit all 5-all here, Whiskey.
5-all with a minute left. This may be the most players that we've seen hold on in the round since all the way back on round 1. Everything else having a lot more action happening, and it looks like Team Iris is just stalling out here. They're working on continuing to open up some of the sight lines, but moving slower, I think, than they need to. You still have got all the defense in power positions and all alive right up until then.
Yeah, but that was the spoiler. That all you did was take away that first floor. You don't have the main breach open. You don't have garage open. You don't have any pressure coming from that construction side outside of Thermite. This is a tough spot to find yourself in as an attacking team, right? Now, 25 seconds left. Nothing opened up. Garage has now been given back over to Dog, and they're gonna find that next kill onto Snooki, and that's gonna be Thermite that goes down as well. So what looks like an inevitability is playing out. Is 10 seconds left. Capitao the last alive, and no room in which to work. He might find one, he might find two, but it's too little, it's too late scenario. TSG gonna claim round number 7. Their round number 7.
Oh, wow. The GG coming out just a little bit early there, but a 7-2 victory for TSG Gold again. And they are on fire. That is 2 rounds in a row for this team, picking up a 7-2 victory. And they looked very good doing it, right? We talked about it. It looked like very much a one-sided round between these two teams. The whole first half of that map, the whole first half of that map was all TSG, and really Iris, they found a couple points, a couple places they could win, one after a timeout, one at the very end to try and hold on to the 4-2 half, but then nothing else after that. TSG wins their first 2 games here in the Element qualifier, 7-2 fashion.
Yep. Huge couple of rounds, huge game. We've got a couple more coming at you. We're going to just try to keep it rolling, folks. So hang in there, stay close. We're about to be right back with another map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back for the exciting match number 3 here in this E4 Open Qualifier Day number 1. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, on the desk and right beside me, Mr. Whiskey Run. What did you say there, Mr. Whiskey?
2 great games to start it off between a bunch of great teams. TSG, though, looking like the favorite, at least in that part of the bracket. But they need to wait for one of the earlier games to finish before they continue on. So we're going to pick up another game here, a little bit lower down in the bracket. Pew, pew, pew.
Okay.
3X taking on Army of 5. Going to definitely see familiar names on it and a familiar map, as it turns out.
Hey, let's run it back, my friend. Cafe, Border off the board, Chalet, and Lair to follow, Consulate, Skyscraper, Bank, and NIGHTHAVEN. All going to fall before we head back to the great equalizer known as Clubhouse. Will we see a similar line of events? Will it be attacker-sided? Will it be one-sided? I don't think so. Names that you love on both sides of the board. Is it time to get into it?
Almost. We are right there. One of the things I know, we talked about it early on in the stream, but for those of you that are just joining us, we're working on getting this final one set up. The structure here for Element 4 divided into those 3 phases. We are in phase 1, open qualifier, looking for 4 teams to qualify out of the 3 days this weekend. That second qualifier going to take place next weekend to close out Thanksgiving here in the U.S. And as those 8 teams move on to the 8 invited to take on that phase 2 Swiss stage. So very much looking forward to how this thing is going to play out. But as it turns out, my friend, it is time. It is game time, and you just called it Clubhouse, my friend.
Okay, so looking towards some of that default, how can you adapt? How will you take that space, that coveted piece of real estate, and claim that top floor, to claim that bottom floor? Will we see the extensions with the castle being brought along to the swamp area? Will we see that those Rome games being heavy with 2 and 3 people holding up on the second floor for a church arsenal? Well, the story will be told, and it will start with the bands. Are we going to see a Ying Monty band again to start us out? Seems like it would make sense on this one.
Certainly, it seems like we're going to see the shield in one of those 2 offensive plays. We know Army of 5, they have been very, very good, at least in their old iteration, right? It's a little bit of a new team, some new faces we're going to see as part of this team come out, but they used to be very, very good at Clubhouse, and specifically on that garage take. So I do expect that we'll see the Monty band here. Could be a little bit of a surprise, though. Sometimes Hibana comes out. Sometimes that silent entry of Mav. We'll see how Pew 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 plays it out, and it's going to be the Monty.
Yeah, pew, 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 Monty, I choose you. No shield to be taking up that garage area. No shield to force that play down into dirt. So if we're sticking to the pattern, and the first 2 games have dictated how these bands are going to go, are we seeing the Azami and the Valkyrie to follow it up? It almost seems inevitable at this point.
I mean, certainly Azami and Valkyrie are, I think, right now in the current meta, the 2 strongest defensive operators. So many great things that Azami can do, especially on Clubhouse as a map, with the hold in the basement, in the corner of Arsenal, upstairs on the rafter, in garage. Both of those important push points, whether or not it's either of the upper sites. But the one, the little bit of the wild card coming out, the Cade being banned out. So interesting from an Army of 5 perspective, right? They're starting off on defense, going to make it a little bit easier for the Pew 3 team here to open up those hatches.
Pew cubed. uh, okay, here we are, and I like it. Right, when you do the Cade as the ban for your defense, you're just saying that hatch play is an inevitability, and it will be there. One of the things that it does do, right, is sure it makes it a little bit easier to get into the charged arsenal, start to find some of those picks. But what it also does is it can hinder that defensive hold up on the top. Right, you're facilitating that extension over to cache CCTV when you're on gym bedroom, and vice versa when you're playing cache CCTV. A lot of times, if you want to hold on to it and you don't want to give up that real estate, you got to bring the double hard breach denial along. So I like the Cade coming out. I think it's interesting. One of the things that it does, though, is it lets Valkyrie be on the board.
That's right, leaves Valk on the board, and you called it. She is playing Kentsu. Going to work on locking off a lot of this pool table, but going to be available to be played downstairs and give a little bit of intel to this team. There's a lot of great places to stash Valcams here. And look at this, the combo of, we have seen this as well, the combo of the Aruni and the Goyo canister on top of a reinforced hatch to make that a little bit more difficult to make the push in. So if you're not going to go with the Cade to hold down the hatch, doubling up on the utility, whether or not it's a good use of util, we're going to see. Blitz is making his way, looks like a dirt entry.
Yeah, I love it, right? Find a new way to hold on to that vertical. And what does it do? It stops that quick util dump and jump in. And unfortunately, you're going to have to give it some time. So on the side of the attack, we are going to see some standards here. Is Ram going to open up some of that vertical IQ to suss out where some of those gadgets are located at, specifically those Valk cams that can prove spoiler when you're getting into that kitchen area. Grim, to bring out that util drop, find out where they're at. And we saw it be incredibly impactful when they were playing Church Arsenal in the last match that we just watched, right? Util dump, send in the bees, you got the intel, you can take the space, you can get the plant and get going. And it looks like they're already checking a bunch of boxes off as they're looking to get active going down to Secret.
I thought we were going to see the P3 team make a little bit more of a quick entry with the way that Blitz was setting himself up in dirt, but they've slowed down the attack a little bit, working on clearing out utility and opening up all those sight lines, taking a little bit more of a conventional approach here to Clubhouse, which is certainly what you'd expect. One of the you call it the great equalizers. Everybody has played and has a great Clubhouse because you have to here in the current state competitive siege. So we're going to open up that Goyo canister and start this execute downstairs, putting some pressure there on the dirt into Arsenal.
Yeah, and one thing that you can see is that they have all backed down into sight, right? Every single member having a safe return back down there. A couple of C4s ringing out, but not anything to be gained yet as they still hold on to the Valkyrie. Still got those Aruni gates to deal with, but Blitz playing peekaboo here from dirt. Going to start to put the pressure on. Get ready for that execute so that you can see that they forced them all back, and there he goes.
Oh.
He got the green light, starts to send it in, looking towards the side, but not going to happen as a Vector's going to take him out, and Grim's quickly to follow. Habana and IQ now dropping as well as only one gets traded out, and it was one death on the side of the defenders, but we could almost call that flawless.
That's right. Almost flawless start to Clubhouse again. This time though on the side of defense. So all those side statistics just toss them out, right? It's all down to how is this game going to play out? An army of 5 shutting down that attack. So whether or not we'll see how is P3 going to change up their attack. Are they going to be a little bit more aggressive? It looked like they were showing that to start and then backed off, then went for the quick execute, but Army of 5 shutting it down very quickly there just as it started to gain a little bit of traction. So now going to see how it plays out upstairs to 2F in the gym bedroom side. Pretty conventional lineup from the Army of 5 side with the exception of the Clash, right? We're in the shield meta. Bring it out on the defensive side.
I love when we see the Clash brought out, right? You see it in ranked play, and you're kind of like, okay, you're skillless. You don't, you're no lifing on this. But when you see it brought out in competitive play, it's always for a purpose, right? It's always one of those pace dictators. And if you couple it with one of those critical push points, let's call it the top of red. Let's call it cache CCTV. If you can't take up that space, then your push from your multi-dimensional push becomes very linear, and you get stuck on one area, and you're going to be funneled into essentially like a kill box, right? So I love when the Clash comes out, especially in the hands of somebody that knows how to use the Clash really well. And I believe that Army of 5 going to do a great job with it. They're already starting inside of cache CCTV to make sure that they really try to stymie this approach from the backside.
Yep, we have seen that as an... I was going to say, seen that as an alternative, but look at this, the combination of defensive utility, shutting down the Thermite with the 2-brow there, and you can hear one of those C4s just buzzing. 3 of them on the board for this team, and bringing out the I was going to say, yes, there it is. The Flores drone making its way through there to try and clear off some of this utility. But right now, Army of 5 is just completely shutting down this P3 attack, and they are wasting all kinds of time and utility to try and make this thing happen. Finally, they're going to get that CC wall open. It's a minute in, but it feels like a ton of offensive utility burned up here.
That's right. Specifically, one of those thermite charges going immediately. Right now, they have to rely on the ace to not only get that. They're not going to rely on ace for anything, unfortunately. So potentially, that hot tub wall is going to stay closed, my friends, which is tough, right? Because now you still have the extension into cash that you have to deal with. You still have construction that you have to deal with. And all the while, Clash is going to make sure that you can't get through the doorway to do so. But they do find 2 kills, right? Malusi and Tubarao now get taken off the board, forcing the Clash back into sight. The thing is, they still got quite a bit of time. If the attack team can find a way to isolate this Clash, then being able to get an execute becomes a real possibility.
Well, they've given up all of this real estate too to the attackers, right? Fallen off the cash CC side, fallen off. Now it's just Clash holding on to a little bit of the construction side, and you still have got Ponage playing back there in logistics, so they've got that piece of the map sort of held on to, and really nobody else on the gym side. So a little bit of a highway push here, I think, could really do some damage to this Army of 5 defense. So got to see the P3 team make a little bit of change up in the way. So there it is. Control in Logi. 35 seconds left. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation. Flores on 1 health. It's just going to be a zap from the Clash shield to be able to take him off the board. And now Hitman able to find 1, does give the body balance over to Pew Pew Pew, and it gets a second that goes down as the L85 from Hitman claims it. Give him a triple. He's going to end that round, and he's going to do it dramatically. 1, 2, 3. Line him up and knock him down.
Well, as that round was developing, it was certainly looking like we were going to see another Army of 5 defensive win, but just overwhelming, gaining real estate there, even in that 3v3 scenario with one of the attackers on really low health. That should have been favoring the attackers, and talked about they just needed to redirect because the defense had given up so much space and weren't really holding on to the back half of the site, but it didn't even feel like they needed it. They just needed a little bit of individual heroics there from Hitman. And you take a look at that P3 side of the attackers and who is playing on this team. A lot of great and perennial favorites there in the T2, T3 scene. So we know that they can put up a fight, try and make a run deep here in this E4 open qualifier.
Okay, let's go. 1-1 to start us out. Not a bad back and forth here, as we're going to see the second iteration of the secondary site. Gym bedroom going to be brought out here. No Clash to be had this time. Instead, going to rely on a little bit of some of that slowdown utility. Frost and Malusi on the board. Still going to lean in to that holding some of those hard breach areas closed, right? As you can see, Tubro and Bandit on the board to probably stop this Cash CZTV push, which they were quite effective at least stalling it out on the last time, even though, of course, they had the 2 that lost their lives in the process of that and ultimately the round.
Yeah, tie game here as we're watching the battle back and forth between these. So Army of 5, I think, sometimes considered the underdog walking into this. Again, we talked about the skill level on the P3 side. And love seeing the Flores come in. He continues to be one of my favorite attacking operators. The ability just to clear out defensive utility, open up sight lines, really versatile in the way that he can sort of manage this, right? Open up the hatch if you need it. All kinds of different avenues. You can see the attack work on pushing in. It's one of the things they seem like they struggled with, getting rid of all of the defensive utility. So Flores using that as an assistance to them.
So, was that construction single not barricaded up? It looked like a Flores drone was able to open that piece up, or maybe I just missed something. I'm not sure. Either way, they've got a ton of sight lines opened up and starting to be able to put that pincher move here onto the defense.
I mean, you've got, I'm just going to say, it was really looking like you had most of this team was sort of had bunkered back down onto the gym bedroom side, but except for Bandit playing down below in stock with that C4, being able to take another, pick up his third kill there, and that was on Hitman, the star of that last round.
Yeah, okay, so body balance does tip in the favor of Army of 5 here as the clock starts to dwindle down. If you're an Army 5 fan, this feels good for the defense as it's kind of stymied the push just a little bit, and that's going to be a second to open it up. Nylik getting taken off the board by Frost now puts us into a 5-3. The pressure really starting to mount as the last 60 seconds. Looking for some vertical play here, but he's going to miss the shot. Looks towards the back end, takes a little bit of damage on Flores.
Oh!
And he's going to ultimately lose his life again as he stops shooting just in time. But the answer back happens as now we get put into a 2v4 low health scenario here for Thermite as he's on that 30 HP and he's looking to get active. But Tuberal and Malusi's really going to slow this down, specifically the push coming from the construction area as well. And there's a C4 to take him off the board. You know what? Clean it up. Army of 5 to find their second.
The C4s and the redirect there coming in clutch for that defending team. It looked like they had set up and maybe some intel on the P3 side about where exactly the defenders were playing. They start to set up the approach, and Army of 5 makes a little bit of a mid-round adaptation there, pulls out the C4 to start the avalanche down, and it really just didn't seem like P3 could get anything going. They didn't have what felt like, no pressure from the highway side, real focused on the Logi, but you saw all of that defensive utility piled up in Logi. C4, Malusi, Tuberows, all trying to prevent that team from making the drop, and they go for it anyway. All falls apart. So got to see something different out of this P3 attack. I'm gonna go back downstairs to the basement. We saw it back on round 1, so it was a fairly decisive A5 victory. And we saw that combination of the Aruni and the Goyo come out as the alternative to the Cade or the Kaid to try and hold on to those hatches. And it looks like they might be setting up for a similar pile of defensive utility again.
Yep, and look at this, too. We're seeing the Vigil back on the board, but yet again, he's going to be Boss G-less in his hands, which I think probably is the right call here, especially if you're going to be trying to play spoiler, you're trying to play life, you're trying to play time. I think not bringing the Boss G is definitely the way to go. So, Intel, we're going for that area denial, and you're still going to have the Malusi or the Mira to back it up. This is a well thought out defense. On the other side of it, we got some standards being brought out. Bring out the vertical, right? You got to take the space in the hallway, take that space in the kitchen with the RAM, suss out where those Valk cams are with the IQ, and then let the Hatch Queen do her thing and open up that verticality for you to start to make that drop, which allows for that church wall to get opened up by Ace and a plant to go onto the back side of the bar. So here's what we're looking at. This is the first bit of round rotate is done, which means we're back down. No terse site to be tested out here. None needed at this point. Will they adapt? Pew, pew, pew. What you gonna do?
I mean, we saw two things from this defending team, right? The use of C4s in the vertical, so that means the attackers needed to bring out the Hibana as a way of trying to deal with the hatches, right? You can't get up and close and personal using the can openers, using the Maverick to try and open them up when Army of 5 was sort of leaning in to the C4 meta and making that work. The other thing was they had the flanks. They had the ability to take down some of these attackers from a distance, so we needed to see P3 work on a top-down clear. That's exactly what they're doing, but man, it just looks like right now Army of 5 operating off some better intel and some better utility usage. And with 1:20 left in this, it's feeling like, right, it's tied up 3-3, but it's definitely feeling like Army of 5 has got a little bit of the upper hand here.
Yeah, outside of getting themselves a body balance, this is going to be a slowed down approach. So you're going to have to see something happen because Ace is on that 26 HP. He can be dealt with just a bullet or two. So yeah, a little bit of a tough situation if you're an attack fan here. 54 seconds, it starts to count down, and now you can see those Ram drones, the boogies, are starting to get active, opening up that verticality and looking for that body balance. Now, Ace coming down the backside, exactly what we were talking about. He's going to start to open up that church wall, which is going to allow the drop from Moto to put some pressure on to any player that's sitting inside of church, specifically the Valkyrie, who still has a C4 or no, excuse me, Mira, who still has a C4 in hand to be able to send it should they make that breach into the behind the bar area. Opened it up, looking for the kill, but it's a low and slow process, just waiting for a pixel to be able to send it in here. And they've got some flashes, but look at that, just ready. Headshot's going to ring out, and that's going to be the body balance dramatically in the favor of Army of 5 as Ace goes down, and it's going to be Ram to follow. Vector taking 2 of them.
I was gonna say, it looked like we were seeing, intel there on the side of P3 gonna come in clutch and shut this Army of 5 defense down. There was pings going out, seemed like they had good indications of where everyone was, but ultimately at the end of it, still defensive utility in place that they were not able to play around the mirror window. Goyle holding on to that to the generator, taking the shots in through church, and really nothing from a pushing from a like a dirt side to put any pressure on the back of the Arsenal player. You had just the moto hatch, just the main stairs, and completely shut down. So even if it seemed like the attackers did have some intel on the defenders, that utility, those mirror windows, not dealt with, and ultimately part of that downfall. So now P3 down 3-1 as we head into round 5. Army of 5 looking good. We're not going to get to see the other upstairs site in that CC cache side.
Yeah, and I like it here because look, yeah, a pew 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 has got 1 attacking round, but that's kind of what you expect, right? You expect the 4-2 split to go in the side of the defense on this, and so Tersh site to be had. They are going to bring something a little bit different. We're going to have that extension downstairs. This is one of my favorite strats being brought out because it just denies that vertical, which is such a huge part of taking on the cache CCTV, right? Able to flush out that player at the top of the catwalk onto the garage. Able to put the pressure onto the red area, able to stop any sort of breach denial that's going down. So the extension downstairs, huge. But when you couple it with the Maestro and Cam's allowing yourself to shoot back, yes, it makes it for a second person.
Oh, no!
We didn't get it. He tried, he went for it, and he paid the price. Flew a little too close to the sun and got exothermic.
It was that last second redirect, right? He goes to put the window on the wall, but a little bit lower down as Thermite goes for the rappel and puts it in the upper corner. And that split second to need to redirect to go for a higher location was all it needed. But holy cow, that came down to a fraction of a second. But Sipsy taking down Snoop and falling apart for this defense right now.
Right, well, solve side for a reason. You try to do something different, and it's a high-risk, high-reward situation. Now, he does get an answer back there. Is Legion able to find 1 kill, but the flash is ringing out as the plant's starting to go down. Now puts the pressure on a potential of a retake here. No walls opened up, so it's going to be a very one-sided direction. They know where he's coming from. It can be shots from red with crossfire set up as well. This is a tough hill to climb if you're Legion, and he's got to do it 3 separate times, and one of them doesn't even have to peak until it's too late. So now the double is already set here as shots from red is going to find themselves. It's a triple kill on pace for the ace. Got to find 2 more. Cross set up, but unfortunate. Has to get a reload and does it right as he walks across the door, and that's going to be a good night. But Whiskey, it's the Tersh site. It's the solved site. This is, of course, what we expected to happen. And yes, you change up your operators, change up the strat a little bit, and it's high risk, high reward at the end of the day. If it works out, you're heroes. If not, well, you find yourself 1 more close to getting tied up on the scoreline.
No, Mira absolutely would have been a hero if it was able to get that Mira trick on the Thermite, and it would have been seeing the round completely go the other way, potentially an attacker taken down, Mira surviving, holding on to that wall, attacker utility, the breach gone, absolutely the turning point in that round, unfortunately. And it was so close, and I love just that feeling that you can do it, right? Taking the risk, going for it. You said it, high risk, high reward. love that they absolutely went for it. Unfortunate it didn't work out, but I mean, when you're in the Army of 5 position, you were up 3 on the defensive side. It was the site you were maybe expected to lose, at least statistically. So, okay, that's the one you go for the high risk, high reward because you're potentially going to lose it anyway. So, I like the way that that one played out. P3, though, on the attack, looking to find another here. Round 6, their last opportunity. Is it going to be that 3-3 split? We're going to see the standard 4-2 defensive half.
Yeah, well, and that's the big test, right? If you walk out of this on a 3-3, then you're feeling pretty good going towards your defensive half, right? Because statistically, you should be able to get yourself onto a 4-2, and if you get yourself onto a 4-2 after a 3-3, then it's a good night and a GG. So, big round here for both Army of 5 and Pew 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 as they look to try to solidify their own sort of lead going into the back end of the half here. And it's a gym bedroom setup. No castle to be had to stop that windows. Instead, they're just going to lean onto the breach denial of the bandit and hold the mirror into the bathroom and a little bit of that area denial with Goyo. I like that being brought out as it does stop that initial push into cache CCTV, but it's early, right? They still got plenty of time, and all you did was give them a second to drone.
But there's a ton of defensive utility here on the cache CC side, right? Goyo, you got the bandits, and it's causing a lot of offensive utility, a lot of attacker utility, having to try and go in and clear this thing up. The bandit batteries, they've used thermite, they're using ace charges to try and clear it, and that's just to maybe get a little bit of push in on the con side. And the battery, what happened there? The battery catch it? I thought the ace charge was going to open up that wall. Like something didn't go right, and although I don't think they have any clue Frost is playing that close to the wall.
Yeah, well, I think you're right, as they're going to find that first kill, Nylek with their life forfeit to the Frost, who was lying in wait, and that's your entry gone, and the body bounce tipped now over to Army of 5. Give him a second as the C4 going to ring out, taking Rival off the board. Now the pressure from Highway looking to equalize, but a run out going to say, I don't think so. Answered back as they jump in, but shot's going to be fired twice. Give him 2, and that's going to get close to equalizing. In fact, give it to him on the triple. Now takes us into a 2-2 with 53 left, and what was looking like Whiskey, a really just terrible situation for the attack. All of a sudden, they climbed back and were equalized with plenty of time.
Yeah, Joe doing a great job positioning and winning a couple of those big gunfights. The problem, though, you still have got the Mira holding in the logistics office and one of the defenders still playing in bathroom. Looks like they got one of those down, but oh no, that was a miss. No.
Yeah, well, you know, how much could it really slow them down? But, yeah, unfortunate on the miss. Going to send some flashes in towards the construction as the mirror rings out, but they're not afraid. They're going to hold it. They're going to find it. Now into a 1v2 as the shots into the bathroom's going to find it onto the equalizer. Not much to do with 7 seconds left. The diffuser is in hand, so you got to go for it, which is going to give them ample time to come up, take a swing, or send a C4 and say no more.
Oh, well played there by the defenders. I mean, just perfectly timed C4 and a 4-2 half Army of 5 coming up big there. And I think I think Snoop has not been able to find a kill at this point. You know, playing on the support role, playing the hard breach, but unfortunately not able to find something to help contribute to the team. So 4-2 half, P3 at least found their 2. On attack, right? They managed to make the defensive, even though in general, I think you look at the totality of the first half of that map, it certainly seemed much more in favor of Army of 5, but P3 is a very good team, so I think we're going to see these guys bounce back, and now they're on to the more favorable half of Clubhouse, statistically, so see, Clubhouse basement is the place to play, and Scopo is going to be out. Talked a lot about her during the first cast of Clubhouse, and I don't think she was played once. So, Rival going to start off with there on defense.
It's one of those strats that is super fun to use, is bring out the Scopos, take it up to the gym bedroom bathroom area, stick it in the shower, and hope to play spoiler a little bit later on, right? Tough to see, or tough to claim more because of the ledge, tough to get drones in, especially if you get a mute to back it up, which they didn't do this time. But Scopos with the laser beam gun, if there was a time to do it and a space for it, down here on Church and Arsenal, well, this is the one to bring it out on. So the attack, I'm going to look at a little bit more of a standard setup, albeit they did bring along the OSA, which, I mean, I guess is still falling into that shield being brought out for this Church Arsenal, right? It's used to take up space, used to facilitate the plant if you drop from the hatch. Although, not my favorite character for this one.
Yeah, there are a couple attacking strategies that utilize the OSA and, can work out in their favor. So it is Army of 5. We'll see whether or not they can find a way to make that work. And look at that, Scopos upstairs in the 2F construction. And I wondered, P3, the way that this team does play in a lot of scenarios is more aggressive. I was wondering if we were going to see more of that run out, more of that aggressive play style and putting pressure on the attackers just to even get themselves set up. So we'll see whether or not that's the style that they're going to play out in this map. Down 2 rounds, maybe if they can pick up 1 or 2 more defensive rounds, they'll feel more confident and start to take some of those risks.
You know what I love about the Scopos play here on the basements? It allows you to merge 2 different strats, right? You'll notice the rest of the defenders are sitting down in the basement area as what would be a full bunkered strat, right? So, and if Scopos, like they just did, transforms a robot, now they are back into that full bunkered down strat, which is what we watched so much on that match number 1, right? That's what they were leaning into. But with the Scopos, if you haven't dealt with it, you still have somebody that can play spoiler. You still have the roam game to be a viable option. And when you think it's free and you think it's ready to go, then all of a sudden, down the stairs, body balance going to go in the favor of the defense. And that's exactly what we saw here, is now Grim gets taken down as well. Shots from above as they find some Logi presence here, is going to allow them to start to get a plant going down, and it's going to actually get equalized pretty quickly. Defense does find themselves with the body balance, but the plant does go down, is what OSA is good for. Gets behind the shield, makes the plant, but it's just not going to be enough. The defense able to reclaim that diffuser quite easily. They're going to put them 1 closer to tying up the scoreline.
I mean, it was all about Rival and the Scopos on that one. Even though you saw OSA get down, make the hatch drop, get the diffuser in play, Rival with the Scopos, I mean, literally almost exact as you called it out. Switching between the basement and the upstairs twice, back and forth, and then finally able to get that kill. Playing from logistics, shooting down through 2 floors as the attackers, even if they had cleared that 2nd floor space, they didn't get rid of the idle shell as it was upstairs, and able to play that classic 2-floor down strategy that sometimes you see Buck and the attackers use to put pressure on the basement, exploited by the Scopos playing up there and taking the shots down. That little bit of a turning point there for the defense as they shut down and made it difficult for Army of 5. And then like you said, OSA, yeah, good shield in play, but you got to stay alive long enough and play behind it. Shut down. And P3 coming up with one now. Maybe I was thinking maybe they get a little more aggressive, play a little bit crazier on defense when the score line was closer. They're getting to that point. 3-4, expecting them, if another 4-2 half, could see overtime. But both teams playing really well right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks a little default on the side of the defense, right? Bring out the mute for that, take away that intel, kind of help facilitate some of that extension into cache CCTV, make any sort of floors work coming in to get rid of the deployables, make it a little bit more tougher to get inside and get that job done. This is the standard. The castle's being brought out to block off those highway windows and really make you expend some gadget and utility. But here's a strat we've been watching quite a bit on NIGHTHAVEN. Open up with the Maverick, take a couple of shots towards anybody that's lurking close to it. Nobody there to take that battle just yet, although they are looking for it now. Whiskey Blackbeard almost getting his life taken by a couple of shots coming through the top.
It was an interesting combo, right? Using, having Blackbeard on the rappel, like you said, very similar to the way the NIGHTHAVEN plays out, but I don't think I've seen really anyone lean into the Blackbeard play on rappel there. And it seemed like maybe the line from Mav just a little bit too high, not able to put pressure on the Frost. Again, that Snoop playing in that well, at least was on the con side, playing right on the door there. It would have been interesting, but oh, Nihilek going
tough.
down and Rival. That is hugely unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's going to be the frag leader, or one close to the frag leader taken down, and the kill now confirmed as the body balance sits heavily in favor of Army of 5. Put themselves into a 5-3. Which plenty of time as well, right? Minute and 30 left is going to allow this attack team to get that mid-round adaptation, mid-round break, and readdress how their attack strat goes, right? The first 2 points, extremely effective. Now you have effectively sealed off the Mira down below in the lobby and got the two members up top guarding your second floor to be potential sitting ducks with everything that's being opened up. The highway windows, the construction, the lodge, the hot tub, and now the bathroom opened up as well. So plenty of avenues for that crossfire to sit up and take you down. And the first instance might be this look onto the lodgy hatches. That drone is going to drop out and suss out whoever's sitting back there.
No, they make the Logi hatch drop and the pre-placed C4 from down below. All the defender playing Logi needs to do is let Mira know as soon as the drop happens, C4 comes out, and boy, didn't even get to survive. Snoop gonna get the kill and steal it away from Joe and the C4, but it was in play and it was ready. Boy, and this defense not giving up an inch.
That's right. And you know what? Give them another one as it gets equalized now into a 2-2. 17 seconds left towards the Mirror. They're going to find one. Now the attack sitting up in the body balance. 12 seconds left to suss out where this mute is. A C4 to send it back. Looking towards the hallway, but no. It's going to be the shots, and it's going to be Army of 5 to find themselves another round.
Just a fraction of a second, all that separates the way that round plays out completely differently, right? You've got one defender left, a mute, tosses the C4 and then runs around the corner. If he had been ADS'd, right, that would have been a defender winning the gunfight. But unfortunately, it was in the animation, popping the C4. So unfortunately, not going to claim one with the C4 and not in a position to retake the hallway as the attacker makes the swing. So unfortunate, but 5 rounds for Army of 5, their first win there on the attack side. So not going to win. They're not going to play back the gym bedroom side. This time they're going to go cash CC. So, we talked about that being the solved side back on round 5, and the attackers won it. See whether or not P3 has got something interesting. Love the way that they approached it. So we'll see if this team brings out something interesting too. Joe on the Mira, looking to hold maybe that CC side with the Mira trick. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, me too. Maybe a successful run at the mirror trick on the main breach. We'll see. Not going to bring along anything to facilitate or necessitate that extension downstairs. Now, of course, you do see the dock brought along. No, not going to go for the trick here with the mirror. Just going to get it right out and open so they can do a little bit of impact, or not impact, C4, I guess, tricking. Anyways, they do bring out the dock to hold on to that catwalk, but look at this. You said it. If it gets a little bit deeper in the rounds, they're definitely going to get a little aggressive, and that's what you're seeing there, is they're looking for a spawn peek right out the gate.
I love when we see that. It shows confidence from the team. It shows that that they're willing to take a little bit of chances. And sometimes in the tactical game as Siege, just the swing or be swung mentality. They can win one, maybe just one, even in that fair fight. Taking that body balance one more in your favor, enough to swing the round. So from the attacking side, defending side, 5-5 stacked up at this point. 1 minute, 30% in. And boy, the C4s have come out in force in this game today.
That's right, and what an important kill to get, right? You're taking the Cali off the board. That's your long distance gone when you're trying to hold on in the post-plant scenario. So huge C4 right out the gate, and is going to give that body bounce tipped over to the favor of pew, pew, pew. Okay, so a little bit of a redirect here for the attack team, is now they've got some pressure to find a kill to equalize here, or the approach could potentially be stymied. They've got still 3 Selma charges in pocket, but Thermite, he's all done with his gadgets being completely done. Open it up on the backside, give yourself a little room to breathe, a little room to rotate. And potentially play spoiler on the backside. Tubrow still just being an absolute menace, Whiskey, slowing them down. And look at that. There's the cross set up. Nihilek going to find their life forfeit. Speaking of Tubrow, that's a good night. Sleep tight.
I really feel like as we're watching these rounds play out, it seemed very one-dimensional. Not seeing a lot of even ghost pressure from other sides of the map, right? Seeing all of the attackers focused on the con side. It feels like we're talking about that constantly these rounds, that they're not seeing the spread out coordinated attacks, taking different avenues. They're really feeling like they're sort of piling up on one side, and if it falls apart, the defenders win. If they can get a couple, then the attackers win. And we're sort of missing that more of those that split theory kind of pushes, and that's the team that can sort of master that. I think is going to be the one that takes a real advantage going into this E4.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. 1, 2, 3, line them up and knock them down. Going to see us getting a little bit closer to the scoreline being equalized here, as Pew 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 was able to find the end of that round pretty decisively. One away from tying us up. We talked about this might be our first match where we maybe get to see some overtime. It's starting to look that direction.
Whew, I mean, and back and forth. So Army of 5, P3, Army of 5 wins 2 in a row. And then since then, we have been back and forth every round between these two teams. So again, maybe like we said, looking at just the first half, the beginning of the first half, more on the Army of 5 side. But since then, P3 has had an answer for everything that Army of 5 is throwing at them, and vice versa. Just going back and forth between these two. So basement, seeing P3 win this on defense. Site rotate is done. They're able to go back downstairs to the basement and look to tie this thing up here on round 10.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so what are we going to see on the attacking side of it as they're starting to make those op picks? I was wondering if the Iana was going to stick. Not going to be the case, though, as we're going to see it sussed out instead, or switched out instead for Jackal. Try to find some of that roam game that played spoiler on the last couple of times that we saw it, right? That Scopos or that mirror that was holding all the way up on the second floor. So, yeah, bring out somebody that's going to help find them, and then bring out another operator that's going to help slow them down. Is Gridlock going to make their first appearance of the evening?
Yeah, we did see Gridlock from the flank watch, I think, of the previous map on Clubhouse. But yeah, interesting that that this combination of flank watch and roam clear. That's one thing that we have not seen very heavy on really any of the 3 maps that we watched tonight. Not a lot of emphasis on the roam clear. Nobody's spending the operator's currency to buy those ones. The Jackal, Dokubee's not banned out in this case, but really haven't seen either of the teams sort of lean into her, or the Deimos. We talked about Deimos being an important part of Montreal and not making more than maybe 1 appearance at this point.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
So a C4 going to ring out and get, or was that a C4 that caused the damage at near kitchen? Either way, got it early down on the Habana, almost taking out some of that vertical approach. In fact, that would have been such a huge move because there's no can openers to back it up. Right, as it would have been the only instance of verticality to be had here. So, whoa. Couple more bombs, explosions going out as we sit 5-all with 1:30 left on the board.
Yeah, those shotguns from Gridlock and Jackal not going to be enough to really do some serious damage opening up this floor. They need the Habana to open up those hard breach, open up those hatches, be able to give some avenues, right? We've been talking, at least right at the end of that last round, talked about it seemed very one-dimensional, and you need these hatches open to try and put together sort of a multi-phase or a multi-location execute, put pressure on these defenders. But it's a dangerous spot, Kitchen is, if you don't have a lot of control in that arsenal area from down below. The C4's available, so still 2 on the board from Nilek and Joe. The attacker's going to have to watch out for those ones.
Yeah, specifically, you don't have the Buck or the Ram to be able to get close to give it. So instead, you got to use the soft breaches. And what happens when you do that? It's a good night's sleep tight as 2 of them get taken down. Answers back the refrags now into a 2v1 as it's Bob and Weave for this last attacker left alive. 6 HP between them and Destiny here. It's a tough spot. You don't have the diffuser, means you got to go for the kills, and you only got 17 seconds in which to do so, and you don't know where that second person's at. Color me shocked, folks, and because that's going to be a pew, pew, pew victory. Sheesh. Man, no buck, no ram. You have to use the soft breaches to start to open up. Well, you have to be standing right on top of the soft breach to get that done. That was a double C4 to kick things off.
Yeah, boy, it felt like we called that one out, talking about the rise, the literal rise of the C4s in this round, just making a huge impact. And I think sort of highlights the fact that the defenders had the C4s and the attackers had the nades. And I know it brings back some bad memories for Whiskey Glitter to not have the cooking nade meta anymore. But right now, we're sort of not seeing a lot on the attacking side of using the grenades to cause that motion. We saw that a lot. I felt like watching Montreal again, just to reference back the recent T1 play. A lot of grenades causing motion on the defensive side, forcing them out of positions. We haven't sort of seen that translate in, but first time we've seen P3 get 2 in a row, and it was here on round 10 to even it up. So now, we saw the timeout buff come in clutch in one of the previous games. Is it going to here? 5-5 tied up going into round 11, looking very close to overtime between these two teams, appearing to be evenly matched here on the third round in Element 4.
Yeah, next round going to be the ultimate test here, right? Who gets put onto that match point scenario coming up? Army of 5 falling a little bit behind on their attack side, which a little strange, right? Normal Army of 5 tactics that we used to watch was heavy on attack, right? You'd see them map after map after map. That's what they started on, was attack. So new team, who dis, going for a little bit more of that default sort of play style, that defender heavy. I like that we're seeing the Cali brought out. Now, this time though, you can't be close enough to get killed by a C4. That was a big, huge one. If she stays alive, you've got that pressure from the long distance, especially when you get to that post-execute position. She's absolutely huge at holding on from the highway windows. We'll see what the defense is going to bring out. It's a pretty standard defense on the side of Pew 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 as well. So both kind of leaning into that more traditional style siege as we head into round number 11.
You hear those Cali bolts ringing out. Bean taking some shots, forcing the defenders have to watch out and duck and maybe try and keep some of this utility alive. But the Flores, they're coming in. You know, we talked about earlier in this game about Flores, the ability for those drones to serve a variety of purposes, clearing utility. In that case, getting right up on Warden, forcing him out of that position, playing top red, back into construction. So this, though, look, Snoop with the huge rotate down in the basement and Cali playing in the garage. This could be a dangerous... Oh, looks like he's going to rotate off, come up the main stairs, as opposed to try and put pressure from the oil pit on the garage player.
Yeah, and what have they done? They've effectively sealed off this other side of site. They've pushed all of the defenders back into that construction area and even actually farther back into site, into Logi, meaning that they're going to be grouped together, which means you're not going to have a lot of space to work around, especially when those highway windows start to become into play. And as you can see it, they're looking at it right now. Cali active from the long angle here, trying to get rid of that the hold here on that Logi wall looking into construction. And look at that, taking up some space, getting right up on it. They're getting ready to just push right in. Now, they still have it onto the gold wall there, the Mira holding on to the long distance, but you're going to have somebody watching the back because they have taken that space now.
Gained that space. Oh, yeah, look at this. Just as you talked about it. And see what these the attackers, again, a lot of utility on the cache CC construction side. And where's the Cali playing? She's outside on the roof playing on those highway windows. So this is really, it feels like the first time we're seeing this a little bit spread out. But another C4, are you kidding me?
Jesus, was it onto the Cali as well? That would be absolutely tough. It all falls apart for Army of 5 here as their defense able to clean it up there in the last few seconds, right? The C4 to start it off and a domino effect to the end of the round there. Was it Cali that died to the C4 again?
No, I think it was one of the other players that died to the C4, but really the fact that we've seen so many C4 kills come out is really a testament to the way that the defenses have got themselves set up in position, understanding the way that the attacks are happening. I think Clubhouse in particular lends itself to that as well. Tons of vertical play, tons of soft breach. And the thing that seems interesting between these is we're not seeing a lot of soft breach vertical play happening on either side of the board, right? We weren't seeing a ton of buck. We weren't seeing a lot of the we talked about in that previous round. Not a lot of dedication, the ram into the soft breach, even playing the basement here on this half from Army of Five. So I was gonna say, man, it looks like they're showing the sledge. They're gonna bring it out as soon as we talk about it, but probably gonna get changed. Probably maybe switched off. We'll see. But it's interesting that we haven't really seen that, even with Clubhouse being such a vertically centric map. Pew 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 right now, holding on with the C4s and match point scenario for them to move forward, looking to send Army of Five fighting in the lower bracket if they can find one more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, yeah, Sledge, and there's no castles to be had here, which is almost the only reason to bring them anymore outside of just the comfort pick of that L85, which of course has been such a killer for all of us, right? We all crutched on the L85 at some point, but no real reason to bring them along this time. You are going to see some damage immediately done onto onto Mira. She gets reduced down to that 22 HP, and you're going to start to see the attack team start opening it up, right? Which is what you said we needed to have. Less of that one-dimensional approach really facilitate and necessitates a two-pronged approach, or three even, where you're putting the pressure on the garage from opening up those garage walls. Cache CCTV gets opened up, and construction, so you can put the pressure on that single wall as well. So if we can see that, we could see a tie-up.
2 minutes left. Watching the time tick down. We've seen Doc being played here by the Pew 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 team. Many of these rounds. The little bit of the added health, just a little bit of that extra boost, maybe playing into this. The way that they're playing out to maybe being a little bit more aggressive, but look at this. Oh, I was going to say not realizing maybe a little bit of a missed drone, but the drone does catch Valkyrie there on the central stairs. But if you noticed, Rival sitting at 13, 6, and 4, having an incredible game.
Yeah, absolutely. It starts to become one of the win conditions. Shut down that Valkyrie, relegate them to their cams, and you might see yourself coming back here in the end part of the round. So a canister comes out, starting to stymie and stop that approach in from construction, but still able to hold some angles, and Ash all the way up on the door is going to stop any sort of approach that they got if they want to come out a swinging. So 5-5, we sit completely full up on both sides as the last minute going to start to ring out. And look at that. They sussed out that C4 that's down below. Fire onto the top of red is going to force him out of that position. Smoke taken down. Hitman able to find one. Rival to take one off the board. Now puts us into a 5v3, and there it is. The reason you bring them, Doc going to get a full stem and let them back up again, but Smoke going to find their life forfeit, and then the swinging from Lodge is going to find it onto the equalizer. As now we get into a 3-3, pushing straight in, damage onto the, as he starts to go down, but it's a bailiff kill to take him down, and now the vertical starting to play out as they're trying to put pressure on from below, but that's the plan. Starting to go down. 18 seconds is the defuse. Going to turn this into a post-plant scenario. Army of Five looking to tie it up and send us into OT if they can just hold on for 37 more seconds. That's going to be Grim going down as the body bounce gets equalized. Looking for the kill here from Garage as they push in through the single window. Got many avenues that you have to contest, but no, not going to do it. Army of Five going to hold on to that post-plant scenario, and they're going to tie it up, which means we're going to out of regulation.
That's right, my friend. We are going into overtime, round 13, and boy, that dangerous sites. It's the tertiary site, that 2FCC Cache TV. But I gotta say, better choice from the P3 team to play there than risk it all on the bar stage. I know we got to see it twice during the Montreal Major in that final round 12. Once it did not work out in SSG's favor. It was, devastating to watch that happen in real time. This time, opting not to go for it, but losing that defensive round anyway. Still a better choice than bar stage, though. And right now, P3 has got the opportunity. They start on defense, so they've got the favored side. We're now seeing a 4-2 half on both sides. Both teams looking to try and hang on.
I disagree. I would have liked to see a bar stage.
He's just an agent of chaos, Whiskey Glitter.
Listen, all I'm saying is you've heard me say it before. High risk, high reward. If you pull off the bar stage on a match-winning point, you're absolutely heroes. And what does that do for your second match? It just means you're unstoppable. They lost it anyways, right? Turf site win anyways. Took us into regulation. So it would have been either or. It just would have hurt more, I guess, if they lost bar stage. Either way, we're out and into OT. Is looking to get active with the blitz, looking down some dirt. The dirt path here. And we talked about that approach. Habana to open up the top. Still not any verticality to be had here. No buck, no ram, no sledge. Just going to be the soft breaches. So didn't quite learn the lesson. We'll see if it pays off dividends in the same way that it did last
look at
time.
this.
Uh-oh. You talked about the aggression. He's looking to get it on top of the window, but
What?
no way! The siege timing of the Habana blow saves his life as he gets back down into sight because he was getting pushed from the window, he was getting pushed from freezer, he was getting pushed from potentially from the hallway area. Instead, he survives and now is able to get back, and the body balance stays in the hands of Army of 5, but only slightly.
What an exchange there. Roller coaster of emotions for me as I'm thinking finally we're going to see the P3 aggression. Perfect opportunity. Habana hops out, didn't realize Solus is playing in the kitchen, goes for it, takes a shot, and then unfortunately does not get it and almost gets taken out, but dropping the hatch, a hot drop for the defense, riding the Habana charges down in the basement. That was wild, my friend.
Peak R6 play right there. Peak R6 play. Okay, so now we make ourselves to the back end of this first overtime round. And you're going to start to see the smokes coming out as the flashes. But who do you have on the other side of it? Special plays and special goggles. Warden ready to still take this battle on. No C4 in anybody's hands to be able to stop the approach from the long distance. So blitz could become quite the factor, though. They drop down. Habana blitz the next to fall, but it does get answered back as the body bounce does go into the hands of the defense. Looking towards the top.
What?
Snoop, give him a triple kill. Undeniable from that basement area. A quick pre-fire, a little bit of a jiggle peek is going to answer back and take Snoop off the board now into a 2v1. As you can see him just jiggle peek for his life. Take the space, pushing up, looking to try to get active towards it, but the cross from the hallway going to prove to be too much. 2v1, and it was almost over then.
Oh, holy cow. Just an absolute roller coaster of emotions right now. But oh no, the tech pause coming out. Overtime match point, P3 on this 7-6 currently. And, did get word in. A little bit of a rehost is going to be incoming, so I think we're going to have to send this one to a break. But holy cow, my friend. 7-6 right now between these guys, back and forth. After P3 won 3 in a row, 9, 10, and 11. Army of 5 answers back. And right now, I can't tell you who's going to win.
Me neither. I can't even tell you. It's so back and forth. It's strat and counter strat. It's what are you going to do to defend against it. I love it. This is exactly what you want. Okay, so a little bit of a rehost, which is perfect, right? Because you wouldn't be live siege without live siege issues. This is our first and only tech pause of the evening. We got it done and over with right now. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the stunning conclusion to the third map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're here for round 14, match number 3. Pew, pew, pew. Up by 1 on this overtime match point scenario against Army of 5, but now they're going to have to do it on the attack side of it, right? A little bit of a defense playing out here for Army of 5, going down to the Church Arsenal, one of that trusted sites for the defense here, looking to try to tie it up and then do something on the attack side of it. It's been a back and forth banger, Whiskey. What you think?
I mean, Army of 5, the both times that they played defense in the basement back on round 1 and round 4, they won both of them. So if you had to pick a spot, obviously this is the place to make the stand, to try and force the double overtime against this P3 team. It is not do or die at this point. We're still in the upper bracket. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone to Element 4 Phase 1. We're in the open qualifier number 1. This is the fourth, or yeah, I guess the third or fourth round, depending on if you counted the buys in that first round. Making it through here to Element 4. We've got one more game coming up tonight. Going to be taking place directly at the conclusion. But man, we still have 1 or 2 more rounds left. Double overtime here in this game of Clubhouse.
Look, he can't see those shadows, but he's going to look back at this VOD and go, oh, I was so close to grabbing himself one, and then an early body bounce in that shape would have been absolutely huge. So, it's starting to make their way in through the basement, right? This is something you talked about in one of the earlier matches. We've seen a lot. It's that bottom-up clear-out as they're trying to find a way. Well, not bottom-up. They're just walking straight into dirt. They're just going to go ahead and get in there already. I thought we were playing above. I forgot. This basement, that wasn't barricaded.
We had seen this strategy from the P3 team, right? The crazy push in with the blitz, try and make that work, but sort of fell apart at the beginning. And this is Army of 5 taking a few risks, right? Running out the kitchen door, putting some pressure on, the Vigil taking shots upstairs. They're playing pretty aggressively here from a defensive standpoint, and Glass holding on to the dirt tunnel. I don't know. Yes.
Oh.
Army of 5 not recognizing Glass is playing downstairs in dirt. They certainly know now, but holy cow, falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, that's tough. Right now, the body bounce does sit into the hands of Pew, Pew, Pew as they find themselves up 4-3 in 1:20 left. And drones just really being utilized incredibly well here by the attacking team as they're just able to suss everybody out. Right, led to the Glass kill, led to the kill onto the Vigil, and now sussed out Aruni and forced her back down into sight, and it's going to give her a bit of damage onto it as well as she gets reduced to that 72 HP. But you got to be careful there, right? It's Glass on the other side of it holding dirt, and now the bees are coming out, sussing out locations. It's a hatch drop as they're just going to go ahead and stick it for a post-plant scenario with Glass on the other side of it. Now, Hibana does fall to the Vector as we put ourselves into a 3-3 scenario, but it's post-plant, right? The pressure's on. The defense are the ones who's got to come up and now gets a drone out to watch. So the vertical to be had here, the hold from dirt to be had here, and now on the first floor bar as well. It's a tough hold to try to come back from if you're part of this defense. But either way, you've got to get some kills done quickly. And there's the shots from above. They're going to take a defender off the board. They're going for the defuse, but not going to be had here as he gets forced off. And that's going to be a kill onto the Goyo. Aruni last alive and not going to be had it. Pew, 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 going to find it. They're going to take the W, and they're going to do it in OT.
That's right, 8-6 victory for the Pew, Pew, Pew team. Hitman coming up there as that MVP. What a round. And P3 really came alive there at the end, winning 5 of the last 6 rounds. When they needed to, they showed up and made it happen. Looking very good there to close out this round versus Army of 5, sending them down to the lower bracket. So unfortunate, but we do have the next game on tap ready. They were waiting for this one to end. Pew, pew, pew now gets to move on, and we are going to shift ourselves over to another piece of the bracket and see the Mormon leadership play. So we're going to work real quick to get that one set up, my friend.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the final map. Ayo.
Let's go.
of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, "I choose you, you joker."
Kiss my ash, you got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
a whiskey. What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's day 1 in E4, and the Siege Double Shot is bringing you our last game of the evening. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone here to Element4 Phase 1, the open qualifiers. It's the first weekend, the first of 2. 4 teams to qualify this weekend over the next today and next 2 days, and then another 4 in the second weekend next weekend to close out the Thanksgiving holiday. And those four teams from each of the qualifiers going up against the 8 invited teams for Phase 2. So going to be great. But tonight, the last game for us, Team Notorious taking on the Mormon Leadership. We love casting this team. We have cast them in so many different leagues, in so many different places, all the way through the NA Open qualifiers. Now, how are they going to do against this Team Notorious?
Well, it's a good question. The story will take place, however, when we find out where we're going. So, Cafe and Lair off the board, Clubhouse and NIGHTHAVEN to follow, Chalet, Border, Bank, Skyscraper, which means we are headed to Consulate. I love Consulate. I think it's such a fun iteration of the new map. It's got plenty of close quarter combat for some shotgun action, the roam game prevalent, the extension game heavy, and there's all 4 sites, viable sites to be had here, right? They are all playable from a defensive standpoint. This is going to be a very fun game.
That's right, Consulate. I know, I'm a certified Consulate hater. Not my favorite map in the pool, but compared to Oregon, right, changing that out, love the fact that we got some new maps in NIGHTHAVEN, Consulate, and now Lair. Definitely has changed up the scene. It changed up the competitive landscape. And really, when we did a lot of casting down in the LATAM region, they loved this map. So we did a ton of it. So there was a lot of VOD, a lot of interesting strats that come out with this map. But one of the things that's not going to change, the Ying and Monty ban. Boys, we have closed out Year 9, Season 3. The bans have gotten very consistent between Ying and Monty on attack. And then I would be, not surprised at all to see the Azami Valkyrie ban to close this thing out across. This would be the 8 different teams or 7 different teams we've had a chance to cast tonight.
Yeah, now the only wrench that could be thrown is Mormon might throw a different ban in outside of the Valkyrie, although probably not going to be the case. Oh, okay, see, there it is. Now, I was thinking that they might throw something else in specifically because they would have, this team having been together so long, probably has quite a few of those Valkyrie strats set up, right? Probably has a few counter strats to the Valkyrie when they're on the attack side of it. So, yeah, I'm not surprised there to not see the Intel operator banned out.
Okay, Intel operator going to be available. Tuberau, no. And we did see a lot of Tuberau play on both of the clubhouses that we've seen. So we know really good at trying to slow down the attack. Consulate's got sort of a similar feel to a Cafe where, the 3rd floor, lots of windows, right? It's difficult to try and get in the map. Also, maybe a little bit of hatch or skylight drops can make this really interesting. And that's where we're going to start off here on the 2nd floor for the Mormon Leadership Defense here on Consulate.
Yeah, kind of a staple of starting out, right? That 2F kind of is that primary site for a lot of teams. And they've got some slowdown operators in place, right? You kind of got to pick who are you going to bring to your anchor spot, right? Whether it's going to be the combination of the Goyo and the Smoke or the Goyo and the Tachanka, but somebody that's going to be able to hold it from a long range. Personally, I think the Smoke is the better call here, right? More people well-versed in that SMG shotgun combo, and you're able to really direct and stop some of those pushes that are coming in specific. That admin overside take, and of course stopping it in from that window plant. And now you're going to see also brought along is the Fenrir, right? And that's since his nerf came out, kind of saw him drop off a little bit and then right back into the fold, as it's still just difficult if you can't hit what you can't see.
Yeah, I definitely think that that the nerf, huge difference, right? Teams are not using their ban to try and get rid of him, and also occasionally play him. There's a few important spots, but Consulate does not seem to be one of the maps that that he gets a ton of play on. Occasionally, though, but here it is. The first one down, Eli, unfortunately. That is going to be the Fenrir, so hopefully he had all of those available and open, but look at this. Scoob! What a hold in admin. You know, you said it. The admin over is the default take to start off with on second floor, and just the attacking team, unfortunately, not recognizing the defense had player upstairs just ready and waiting. No way.
Yeah, so that does give the body bounce tipped over to Mormon as they find the back of the double, and Thermite to get his life taken away now as well puts us into a 4v2. A little bit of an uphill climb here for Team Nut as they have their 2 drone operators, the last 2 alive. Brava to get some of those Banshees potentially, and Flores, who hasn't used any of his gadgets, none. So any of those Frost Traps, those Goyos, those Malusis, unless Brava took it, they're all going to stand exactly where they were. I hate to see somebody go down, a round go down, without any of that util being used.
I mean, right now they're just baiting out the util. That's all the smoke's gone. You still got a minute left and none of that stuff left available. So, yeah, Flores, it would be interesting to see if he was going to, you know, maybe potentially waste all that utility and go down before it. But another Goyo canister popped. That one, Flores not getting rid of that utility. You could see it when he was scoped in there and just let it happen right in front of him. Yeah, I think we're going to look back and say maybe on the jog side, needed to clear out some of that and use some of that utility first.
Yep. So they find themselves stacked up at the top of yellow. A little bit of a self-flash there, kind of indicative to how this first round push has went. A little bit of trial and error, heavily leaning on the error side of it. 4-2. So the last 15 is going to ring out, and it's going to be still a just incredibly slow take here. Almost timid, trying to push in and find these extra kills. Too little, too late. It's going to allow Mormon to have their first round set up and almost given to them.
Yeah, I mean, and Team Notorious beat the Unks, which is certainly a great team as well. Mendez, Zalaris, right? These are guys that we have seen play as part of the Wanted Goon squad. So Notorious has done a great job making it through this bracket to reach this point, this round of 16. But that certainly was a really timid attack, very slow. And like you said, losing some of those rounds, not using the utility on the attacking side, dying with it in pocket. Yeah, I think we're going to need to see a change up here, or Mormon leadership is very good. We could see a steamroll here unless Team Notorious changes up this playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, and what a spot to do it in, right? Take it down to the basement. This is one of the more a little bit tougher sites to defend, right? Because you've got all of that verticality to be had if you don't have anybody up there defending it. You've got the secret entrance, you've got spiral, you've got yellow, and you've got main breach, the hatches, right? There's tons of avenues to attack it. Relate it to that church or that basement site on Chalet, right? A little bit tougher of the site. So could be a good test here for Team Notorious to be able to get in, steal that vertical, open up everything, start to put some pressure on the roamers that are out and above, isolate and then decimate. But the problem is one of the guys that is on the roam, it's 3 of them, mind you, as well. Vigil, it's going to be Volsper, right? And he can be an absolute gunner when left to his own devices. Scoob on the Mozzie to be out and active on the second floor and backed up with Exige on the Legion. So a real dedication and investment into the roam game. And what's that going to do? It's just going to slow this attacking team down unless they can get those early isolations.
We did talk about the lack of sort of the roam clear that we were seeing on Clubhouse, but Notorious really leaning into it here with the combination of the Deimos and the Dokkaebi, right? Even though you've got some defenders on the roam, I was going to say you had the ability to try and find him there with the Dokkaebi and the Deimos, but that's unfortunate. Deimos going to go down early, that opening death not going to be available, and going to make it a little bit harder to try and find these roaming operators. So, and you look at this spread out, Mozzie up on the second floor. You still have the Vigil playing that Boss G, holding down the middle of the site along with the Legion. So, just taking a couple shots from the Notorious side. They're not committing to any one particular place at this point.
Yeah, and you still have Mozzie all the way up on that second floor, right? The big spoiler, the one that might not be sussed out even as of yet because he's got those Mozzie pests that are up there able to stop some of those drones in play. So that allows the Vigil and the Legion to work back to site and give the potential for Mozzie to play spoiler here. And you can see they're getting active towards the backside as they're starting to get secret opened, or as they took secret real estate and pushed all the way up into the spiral main stair hallway here. So good job at taking space. Will it be effective when Mozzie comes down from reception to make his appearance, right? Could play spoil on the backside. You could see all 4 members of the attack side now pushed inside to the basement area outside of Dokkaebi, who is potentially still on that drone, making sure that they're sussing out where the heck these last defenders are. Mozzie takes down to the service stairs, and that's going to be another one getting taken down by Warden. As the body balance sits in favor of Mormon, they find themselves 5-3, 5-2 as the shotgun rings out. And a little bit of an uphill climb for this last 30 seconds.
You still got the DMR in the hands of the Dokkaebi. You still have got the Thermite. The wall is open. They can put pressure on him, but like you said, in a 4v2 kind of a scenario, making a push up here, seeing whether or not, you know, Thermite was going to have a flank come into play, but just falling apart for the attacking team.
Absolutely. Give Volsper a double kill as the the gun battle rages out here between. Jesus. It rages out between the bomb chassis, but too little too late. The time does run out. Defense is going to find their second, and now their first bit of test here onto the turf side.
And the Piano Exhibition site is a good one for defenses as well. The thing that I thought we might see, and I would still like to see from the Mormon leadership side, is how they approach the split site. I think teams that are very good on defense can really dominate that site and take advantage of attacking teams that are struggling to get something going. So right now, Team Notorious, I think, is fitting into that category, struggling a little bit. We saw them not put anything really definitive together upstairs on the 2F, sort of falling apart downstairs in the basement. A little bit of real estate gained, some power positions sort of taken over, but really didn't do anything to shut down the roam game. And I really feel like we need to see more investment in utility from the Notorious side. They're letting the defenders just sort of walk all over them the way this one's playing out. So they can. It's a little bit of a late night. I mean, we're going on, getting close to 4 hours of playing Siege here at this point. So it still feels like, though, they should be still in this thing and ready to fight for that upper bracket spot.
Right, and here's where the first test comes through for the defense. We expect the Team Nut to be able to put a little bit more of a showing on here for the turf site, right? This is the least prepared of the 2, primary and secondary being the main ones that you spend your focus and attention on. So the problem is that it's going to be set up very similar to the way that you saw both round 1 and round 2 play out, right? A dedication to the roam game, but this time you can approach it from above and below. Now this time, opting to do it mainly from the above, as you're going to see Mira, Valkyrie, and Mozzie all up on that second floor, denying that verticality, and it's intel for days, right? And they bring along 3 sets of pests, 3 cameras, and a deployable cam from Malusi means that they've got 7 pieces of intel utility outside of the defaults that are there as well. So Bravo, good choice. Suss them out, take some of that intel. But you're still going to put yourself in a tough spot when the C4s start to ring out.
And ring out, they might. I mean, the number of C4 kills we've seen just today, I think, as the defenses are absolutely just leaning into that. And with a pair of them here, the admin overside, they're a lot more confident in it this time, making sure the defense does not have any space. But I mean, you still have got Mozzie upstairs. 3 of these defenders still holding on to power positions upstairs, and all right, now seeing using the utility on the attacking side, that I love, but oh, unfortunate trade back and forth taking place on the vending machine.
Well, if you're a Nut fan, it's exactly what you want to see right here is they take the body balance, put them into a 4-3, start to take up that real estate on the second floor, forced all 3 of the defenders now back down to start to hold on. But look at that, verticality going to go again as Mira heads down to the garage to play spoiler with the C4 still in hands to be able to use there. So not a bad play. They take the space up on the first floor, get a little drones in to suss out and make sure that it's free to be able to walk into it, and now put some pressure on vertically. 43 left to get that done.
37 seconds left in this round. Mormon leadership up 2-0 right now, and we're seeing a little bit of vertical play here come in from the attacking team. Everybody's upstairs with the exception of Thermite, but it seems like a little bit of a too little too late scenario. 20 seconds left, and they're still working on opening up sight lines.
That's true. So a couple of utility starts to drop down as the flashes from Thermite ring out, and some fire to go off as the Goyo canisters start to deny that push in from the doorway. Look at this, playing spoiler through the backside on piano. He's going to take the planter with 3 seconds left. There ain't going to be any other time. C4 say
double?
good night.
Good night. Were you making a joke? I mean, we got Good Night here playing on Team Notorious and absolutely getting shut down in a 3-0 start for the Mormon leadership on defense. We've made it this far into the bracket, right? Certainly feeling like we've got some of the great teams that have made it this far. And Team Notorious has had a great run up until this point, but they got to do something a little bit special. Got to amp it up a little bit here to try to put some pressure on the Mormon leadership.
Yeah, well, the good side, the good thing is 3 up, 3 down. You now know what is coming to the table, right? You now know what Mormon leadership is going to be bringing. So this is your chance for that adaptation. And the kind of, I said maybe Tersight was going to be that first test. Well, this is going to be the first response here that has to go kind of in their favor, right? You don't want to find yourself on a 4-0, 5-0 start, because in the last game of the day, you could start to get some of that mental chalk going on, right? Which can lead to those sloppy mistakes, which of course will lead to losing your round out and getting that to scoreline just a bit farther along than it was before. So what do? How do they adapt? I'm hoping step 1 is going to be seeing Flores utilize some of that gadget and utility this time to get rid of some of those Goyos, to get rid of those frost traps, force some of those defenders out of those positions to get caught up by the cross. But it's going to take some teamwork, right? And we're going to need to see the power of friendship for Team Nut come through.
The power of friendship. Boy, that's a lot of hope and dreams that you've placed on this team. Try and find something that they can pull together and make it work. But right now, struggling a bit. So I'm wondering, Bray's bringing out the Thermite. It just seems like so far we have not seen that be a really successful entry in. I'm looking to, the thing that this defending team has been very good about is managing the roam. I would have loved to have seen them lean more into the roam clear. I know they tried it with the combination of the Dokkaebi and the Deimos earlier, but Deimos went down. I think that's a strategy that might have worked a little bit longer, but Ash and Flores down. That's a ton of attacker utility, just not going to be available to try and make this push in anymore.
Yeah, second time in a row that Frost is allowed to get a kill inside of the admin, right? Why are we swinging in without that intel? Why, you know, somebody's going to be playing there. Instead, they lose it, right? And that's going to be Flores going to be gone without using any of those Rotero drones to take out those Goyos, which means those Legion traps, those Frost mats, they're still going to stand. Yes, they got the kill onto the Frost. That's great. We needed that, right? Get a little bit closer to getting the body balance into your favor. But does it start to come into a too little too late thing? We need Team Nut to be able to find that next kill, right? Equalize on the score lines. Gets a little bit of intel of where the Legion potentially is playing out as one of those goos come out, and you're going to see them start to make the swing in as they're getting set up for that admin overtake, but still have somebody downstairs, right? Thermite going to make for that non-linear push or splitting it up, which could be the play here. I like that a lot.
50 seconds left. The defending team still has one of the the shield up on vending. They try and hold off the push with the gridlocks coming in. Gonna try and make the push directly, but geez, self flash, this thing all completely falling apart. And Volsper getting a triple. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, seven kills, 0 death, having a great game and just finding themselves unstoppable with the Vector in hand, making the push towards the deployable, just barely gets out of the way to preserve life here at 15 HP, but with 17 seconds left, they're going to run and throw bodies at it until one of them connects. You're going to run out of bullets eventually, and they've got 3 to try to make that happen.
That was I'm pretty sure that was a quad there from Volsper. He got 3 early and then found the final kill of that round. And speaking of 4, that's 4 rounds for the Mormon leadership. Somebody in the chat said, "Don't worry, pressure makes diamonds." And now Team Notorious is in that position, and they've gone down 4 on the attacking round. Not necessarily the end of the world. You can come up with a 4-2 half, but they got to show something special that they haven't shown so far in the beginning part of this map on Consulate. Ben falling apart. Feels like, the rest of the team a little bit surprised at the way this one is playing out. Maybe playing a little bit too aggressively against the Mormon leadership team that's very good. So time to trade it up. A lot of 1 kills on the side of Team Notorious. So those are the guys we need to step up here as we see another basement defense come out from the Mormon leadership.
Yeah, well, let's talk win conditions. Let's make win condition number 1. You got to take Volsper off the board. He's got more kills than the entire Team Nut put together currently. So step 1, take Volsper off the board. Isolate, decimate, get yourself that body balance, stop the bleeding that is what that Boss G is going to try to bring to the table, and then redirect, reassess, start to put the pressure on from multiple areas. First step, they're going to have to get rid of this roam game, and it's hot and heavy as they're going back into the triple fold here. Vigil, Mozzie, and Mute all going to be utilized up on the top floor. Make sure that you're not going to claim that verticality.
Talked about Thermite being a bit of a misstep when you're playing upstairs, but downstairs, and got to get that main wall open, that main breach in garage. 100% a requirement here to have a really effective attack as you're trying to make the push into basement. So they're working on clearing the vertical above it. You've got the Dokkaebi, and interesting, you're bringing out the circa 2022, the Finka with the LMG. Love leaning into the LMG meta. Jog sitting at that 1 and 4. Hopefully this is the operator he needs, and a little bit of boost on the health side to try and help the Notorious survive just a little bit longer. Still have got still 6 drones, or no, all of their drones available at this point, so plenty of intel should they choose to use it with 1:50 left.
I like speed. I like getting in. I like taking space, but you got to be careful with so many players playing spoiler here. It seems like it could be a potential for disaster if you take all this space and then you're able to come from behind and facilitate a huge play, which is what we've seen several times. Still too dedicated to the roam game. Mute has made his way back down to the yellow stairs. to be able to stop any push from the other side, or the main side. Now you can see that they're using both Thermite and Ace to open up just a ton of different areas from the backside, as they decided that main breach wasn't going to necessarily be where that push was coming from. I like the LMG. I think it's a great idea, right? Enough bullets to kill them all, spray and pray, whatever you got to do to get that body balance in your favor. But it has to start now. 57 seconds left as they're going to start to put the pincher move here onto the Mira, but they've got Vigil in that spiral staircase playing spoiler still on the push to come up here from Ace. Now they're holding the angle. It takes a couple of shots, but not going to be the case. He's going to be able to allowed to live, rotate back up, and maybe might find a kill up top here as he takes a shot at him, just misses out, and he's still just wasting and eating that time. Look at that.
Wow.
A couple of kills ring out, though. L85 to claim 2, and the LMG Finka to find 1 as well. Puts the body balance into the hands of Team Nut here as they find one more person to try and take off the board. A C4 to answer back, but Good's going to find one. Chalk it up to his name. Good night.
I was gonna say, as we were rolling through that, watching that develop, then I thought for sure we were gonna see another Mormon defensive win, because you look at that setup, they had garage open, but then no pressure anywhere else except from the secret side, pushing from the server side, right? It was all 4 downstairs making the push over. I thought for a second, for several seconds there, that Mormon was just going to be able to shut that thing down. A completely one-dimensional horizontal overtake for the Notorious team, and it didn't look like it was going to work, but they hit a couple great gunshots, even that thing up, and then and proved me wrong to come in and find their first attacking win. So we said they could come out of this in a 4-2 half, going down 4-0 to start, and that's it. Turn the tide, change the momentum there on round 5. They found it and won one. They're 1 round away from having the standard split on Consulate, and compared to the way we saw those first 4 rounds go, that's a huge change up for this team.
Right, the scoreline not necessarily indicative of the style of gameplay that we've seen, but that's what's important, right? Is that, yeah, a 4-2 could be standard, and then Team Notorious gets to go onto their defensive side, which you know that they're going to have a little bit more prepared than what we're seeing on the attack side of it. So give them one more, and this round, and this stays pretty close, and could see some overtime depending on how Mormon plays their attack. Now, one of the things that we know about the Mormon leadership is that they are absolutely deadly on the attack side, right? Aggressive, quick space takers, and very quick to exploit mistakes that they see on the board. So if they get themselves onto the standard split, still going to be quite the test for Team Notorious on the defensive side of it. C4 prime prep and ready. He sends it. Nobody there to answer the call, however, as they did still have to deal with this Valkyrie sitting inside that main breach area, looking to get active, and there it is. Thermite going to get taken off. A quick run out towards the window. Not going to find anything, however. The cross is set up. A little bit of damage done as she gets reduced down to that 77. But we're now all tied up in a 4-4. Still 2 minutes left to go as it starts to get a little bit active, starts to get a little bit crazy. Blitz going to go in and find the kill onto Valkyrie, but a C4 going to take him off the board and equalize onto the numbers. So now we're into a 3-3, low health for the Ram at the 40 HP, still trying to be effective. Hello?
That board was bothering the hell out of me. We absolutely needed to get rid of it. No, unbelievable there to start this thing off. Thermite goes down, unfortunately, but he opened up that wall, and boy, this thing is just running hot and heavy. 1:30 left, but it's playing out like we're in a 30-second meta at this point. Finally, we're seeing Team Notorious work on is more of a methodical clear. They're playing upstairs. They're opening up sight lines, putting pressure on this defense, and won a few gunfights. And were able to use the Blitz to take down the Valkyrie playing up on that wall. Unfortunately, Blitz goes down, but you still have the IQ. You still have... Damn it, I was about to say the Ram. You still have got the Grim, but all of his utility is used up, so that's it. Everything that they've got on the board. One more frag grenade, that's it.
Yeah, it's tough, and now some damage being done onto the Grim, who is going to find one down below. Vertical working both ways, but this time into the favor of the attack side. Puts him into a 2-2, but it's a low health for Grim, right? He's just a few bullets shy of being lifeless here as compared to the other side. Now, it's a slow walk. It's the creep. It's Goyo trying to play spoiler here with 30 seconds left, waiting for the sound of the Malusi to go off and give him that cue that they've dropped down the hatch. I'm going to start planting on that piano area. Grim with the diffuser. It's a tough situation, right? Because it can only take one shot to get him down. If he doesn't get himself into position correctly, it's going to be just about over. And now IQ made their way up the yellow, looking towards the backside. 9 seconds. Does give away their position. So back's going to be turned as the plant starts to go down, which means the cross is going to be easily dealt with. Opened up. Plant done data. No time to do it. Vector going to take it. And absolutely huge. Goyle wanted to play spoiler, and he said, peekaboo, I see you.
Incredible trigger discipline. That is a great defensive team, right? Unfortunate for the attackers, Team Notorious not recognizing you had a defender in the hallway. He walks by literally breathing on the back of his neck, and trigger discipline in place from the Mormon leadership. Waits, uses the frag grenade to take out the planner rather than going for the frag on the player that was standing literally right next to him to make sure that they deny the round, waiting until the end. It was a great late round push from Team Notorious, but an even better response and trigger discipline from the Mormon leadership team to claim their 5th. Got the 5-1 half on this team. So hopefully Team Notorious has got the consulate defense on lockdown and can show us up this next level hold here for this team. So they brought a great defending lineup out from this part, bringing out the combination of the blitz or the bandits and the Malusi for trying to prevent the push in and then slow it down as soon as it happens. We'll see how much investment and time they spend over on the admin side. But right now, everybody upstairs on the second floor. Nobody working to try and prevent any of the vertical play downstairs.
That's right, and you can see they did opt for the Amaru instead of the Blitz on the side of the attack, bringing out one of, even though he doesn't like this map, he likes this strat, right? The Amaru in and out to really take away some of that utility, bait the C4s out. If you brought an anchor, starts to expend some of that fire or whatever it is, smoke that you brought to it. Now, look at this, already a little bit of pressure being put onto the Warden. Now he knows that they're close. He's got his goggles on to make his special play, but kind of in a tough position already as they start to make the approach up, both vertically and horizontally.
Again, trigger discipline there for McSiege, holding in the Deimos at the top of the stairs, running the shotgun. Could have made the push up, try and engage the Warden, put a little bit of pressure on him, but you don't need to at this point, right? Let some of the round develop. We talked about nobody from Team Notorious being downstairs to put any pressure, to prevent any of the vertical play, and that's what's happening. Now, Osa, on the other hand, able to take down Exige, so good trigger discipline backfires as the defenders take him down, and then vertical play as well. Holy cow. 3 really important kills coming out here from Osa.
Yeah, absolutely. So the body balance now heavily in favor of Team Notorious here as they just start to dig in for these last 2 players. Do send out some intel as it starts to get pinged out, but it's going to be Osa on the triple kill going for the quad. But a good not going for the quad, but good able to try and jump out and take him down. Grim finds himself on a low health scenario, but with the kill, so it's not going to be a flawless round for Team Notorious. Looking for that vertical game here is going to find him in the back, so no quad feed to be had there is either. Looking towards the vertical, and still really just got a ton of time, right, to be able to do it. Is he going to find himself another one? Almost gets himself a kill onto the person waiting just underneath those hatches, so really trying to play into this vertical game here, and with 44, a 1v3 looks a lot closer than a 1v5.
Yeah, 38 seconds left. You still have got one more drone, can spend a little bit of time trying to find some intel. and still have an offensive utility in play, but all the angles held in place. But Volsper, there was one point in time he was sitting at more kills than the entire Team Notorious combined. He slowed down a little bit, but right now he has stepped up when it mattered. Still 2 defenders left, though, for 15 seconds left.
Yeah, tough position to find yourself in, and the cross is set up something incredible. He's going to find, almost finds it. He was on pace for the ace, but couldn't quite bring it out and get it done. And that's going to be Team Notorious to find their first win on the back end of the half here in this best of one.
Well, that's what they needed. They needed to start finding defensive wins, and really that round at the very beginning, right, shaping up. We talked about that, looking like the Mormon leadership had everything in place that they needed to, but you lose Siege early on the engagement with the Warden. Warden takes another one. Like almost immediately, playing down through the floor. So great hold, great take it. Even if you're not going to engage directly on the first floor below the site, playing through the vertical holes, it, like you say it all the time, verticality works both ways, and Team Notorious making that work for them. So now 2-5, round 8. They've got to bring that same level of intensity and a little bit of luck along with them to try and hold on and extend this thing. We're still in a best of one in the upper bracket, so not an elimination game for either of these teams. They can both continue on, make it through the upper bracket, the loser fighting it out in the lower bracket as we get ready to start the best of 3s tomorrow. So both of them, though, wanted to make the upper bracket run.
Well, I love what we're seeing brought out here, Whiskey. The Castle and Mira combo. It's a coveted combo and good character interaction that you see used on a ton of different maps. Constantly going to be no different here. I like the idea, right? Make them work for it. Make them bring along some utility to take those castle barricades off. Make them bring some utility to deal with the Legion and Malusi, and of course the Mira that still has to be dealt with. So on the side of the attack, it's all aggression. Right, it's going to be the Dokkaebi and Blitz combo to be able to force some of these roamers out of their areas, make them a little bit uncomfortable as the phone goes off, gives away the location, and Blitz starts to make that sprint at you. And you can see it, both of them prime prepped and ready on the window to start taking on this vertical defense here. You're going to see some damage done onto the smoke as he gets reduced to that 63 HP. But everybody's still left alive. Starting to push in towards the bottom of yellow here, and you can see Malusi going off, and look at this, slowing him down. He's going to eat a ton of gas, and that's going to be Malusi taken off the board, but some damage done as now he's stuck on the yellow stairs. The Blitz stymied, but doesn't really matter. L85 going to claim Osa's life, and so Osa on the smoke going to be taken down, puts us into a 5v3 with still plenty of time left on the board here for this attacking team.
Yeah, the attacking team looking like, Mormon leadership had it set up. They had the push in. The Malusi trap coming in, great play, great timing on the toxic vapes coming in from the smoke as well. Really shut that thing down, slowed it down, and gave this Team Notorious time to regroup, redirect. And now we've got the Mormon leadership sort of stuck over on the yellow side and focusing on the engagement upstairs. But Volsper right now cannot be stopped. 13-3, having an unbelievable game. We said early on that they needed to open up for basement. You had to open up that main garage wall to really stand a chance. And Mormon leadership trying to prove me wrong with holding on, looking for maybe a pillar push in at this point.
That's right. And now the drop down the hatch into the smoke is going to be the last one alive as the DMR is going to ring out from Dokkaebi. Mira going to try to put some pressure on it, but immediately dealt with the pistol pop and body dropping capabilities of Blitz and that devastating shield.
Oh, unfortunately, too, and a flawless to come out to put Mormon leadership on match point here in the round of 16. If you're just joining us, we've been 4 hours of siege through the ELEMENT4 qualifiers, and to see this one go 2-6, I really wanted to see more of a battle between these two teams. We need a Team Notorious right now to step it up, show up, and prove why they belong here in the upper bracket to take on this Mormon leadership team. They've been struggling a little bit to try and shut it down, but Mormon leadership is not playing God here. They can absolutely be stymied if you find the right combination of operators and angles that Team Notorious can make. So I like the bringing out the extra utility of the Bandit. Malusi worked really well against this team earlier. A little bit of intel from the Valkyrie on top of it. It's a good lineup from Team Notorious.
It is. And they do need to step up, and one round at a time is the best way to do it, but it has to be perfect for 4. Now, one of the problems is with a team that's established and cohesive like Mormon is, you find one, there's going to be an adaptation for the next one, right? So it's going to be ever evolving. It's going to be liquid. You're going to have to be on point. Those comms need to be happy. You're going to have to get those early entries, and you're going to have to stop Wolfsburg, right? That's going to still remain your win condition. That still remains your what has to happen. I mean, he's got 3 deaths, and 2 of those is where the Team Notorious round wins came from. So step 1, take Wolfsburg. Step 2, use the buddy system, get the refrags going. They're already starting to make that entry into that main lobby, or into that main breach area. C4 out a little premature, I think, because he's not going to have anybody over there to receive that order. But now pushed himself up, got a lock-in on the bottom of yellow with a shotgun and a Warden special goggles in hands. We'll see if they're able to capitalize.
Yeah, this attacking team just working on opening up those sight lines. This time they got the garage opened up, droning upstairs, looking for one of the defenders. Nobody, though, in play, right? Right now, everybody with the exception of Malusi downstairs in the basement, bunkered back down, and that's Malusi holding on to Spiral, probably a little bit in between those 2 floors. But right now, the Mormon leadership is in the driver's seat, 6-2. They've got plenty of opportunity here, and Scoob, taking down good. That's the Valkyrie, and you always say it, relegated to her cams.
That's right. So unfortunate as the first to fall is on the side of the defense, which means all of the intel going to be had on the attacker side, Lion and Dokeby, to make sure that that pressure is felt, the presence is there. And look at this. They're just going to start sending it down, right? You're going to see a couple of Exige to find one, but it gets answered back immediately. And look at that. Now the body bounce does go into the hands of Team Nut, as they're going to take Lion off the board as well. Puts us into a 1v3 situation. Dokeby, the last alive to get the job done, looking towards the rotate, not going to find anything off the back of some mirror play. Still nobody to be able to take that shot, so sends a flash in, looking towards the backside, is going to find one, now into a 2v1. 46 seconds left on the board, and both of them trapped outside of yellow, but they got the intel. They know exactly where he's at, so he doesn't know that both of them are stuck on that yellow, so he will be able to push up as the flashes come out, and Warden backing up to try to take this from a long distance, and could prove to be the mistake here. Oh, no. Yeah. Broke a rule number 1, folks, and it's essential in Siege. Rule number 1 is you run, you die, and that's exactly what happened on this last one.
Team Notorious doing a great job of holding on defense and forcing, Scuba had to make the run in. The last person left alive, there wasn't a lot that they could do except for try and push the stairs, except for try and run. He's worried about worried about the shots from the hatch. Didn't have the diffuser in hand. Not really anything they could do at that point. And you take a look at this score line, right? 4 in a row for Mormon to start this thing off. We're saying, holy cow, this thing is going to be a runaway. They are going crazy. Wolfsburg having a great round. And then, since that point, after that win on round 5, it has been a back and forth battle between these two. Nobody's showing an extreme level of dominance. Yeah, you had Mormon leadership taking a flawless back on round 8, but Team Notorious is still in this, and they're not ready to give up yet. They do have to find 3 in a row to be perfect there on this match point to keep this thing going, but it's been a back and forth. They've got to do a little bit better, though. Back and forth is not going to be good enough here to push them further in the upper bracket.
Okay, so but they did it. Step number one, but you got to be perfect for 4, one round at a time. How do you eat an elephant? Well, one bite at a time. That's exactly what they did. So now Mormon will be here on the redirect, right? The readaptation. We're gonna take it back up to the 2F. So the pressure's still gonna stay on Team Notorious, but they got a little momentum built in, right? They've got a little bit of pizzazz ready to pull out and to do it. They're going to bring out the intel. They're going to stick with the classics, right? To try to keep that wall closed up with bandits. Still bring out Warden to hold on to that vending machine area with the deployable shield. So lean into that traditional sense of Siege played for second floor consulate. Could find themselves on the back of another one and 2 away from tying it up.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
So close at this point. Playing upstairs, you know, when we talk about what's the win conditions here for Team Notorious, continuing to play together to try to shut down some of the Mormon, I don't want to call it gimmicks, but they've had some, you know, trying the Amaru rushes, those kind of plays in. They can try and shut down some of that. That's, you know, all they got to do is slow this team down enough, force them into making some mistakes as they get close to an execute, and play a little bit into the overconfidence. If they win 1, maybe 2, then that comes down to a high pressure game. So we said it earlier, I know Chad said it, pressure required to make those diamonds. So is this going to be the diamond round here for Team Notorious, or they're going to fall flat? 2 minutes left to find out which it's going to be.
That's a good it's a good point. So already Grim gonna take some damage. Feels like that's a little bit in favor of the defense, right? A little bit of that early engagement. They go for some of those Bs. But nobody gonna be sussed out on it except for the damage. So now some smoke and fire to come up, and that's gonna be the first kill. Legion gonna get taken off the board. No key 3K
Wow.
for good
Wow.
we had on this round. Now puts us into a second one as Bandit gets taken down. Now into a 5-3. A little bit of desperation starts to hit the air here for Team Notorious as they've got to find 1 or 2 to equalize. They were so close to getting that win condition and taking Volspur off the board, but he lived to tell the tale, and now they find themselves in a 5v3.
5v3, minute 10 left. That table absolutely destroyed. Plenty of opportunity for the defense. Try and look through, get a little bit of insight where this team is playing. But, I mean, it's the standard admin overtake. You've got a lot of pressure here from Cass and Eli, and Exige from down below. So, this is a really tough position here. Got to try and find ways to isolate the Mormon leadership players, put them in a 2v1 scenario. But when you have nobody left, running across the stairs, peeking the open hallways, I'm not seeing this one work out. Team Notorious got to come up with something special in this last 30 seconds.
And they're doing it, though. All they got to do is hold on. They just have to stymie the approach. And now they do have the diffuser in hand, so the cross can be set up. They're looking towards the lobby to get that next set of kills here, but they're in the plant spot, right? No C4s to be had to take them off the board, so the cross is set while they try to get active towards the back end, and they're going to take it on the triple kill in a post plant as Malusi goes down now into a old-fashioned 1v1. Oh, but Exige, not to be denied, gonna find himself off the back of a double to end it. It was so close to taking us to another round, but no, 7-3 is the way that it's gotta be.
Tragic indeed if you're a Team Notorious fan, and there were a lot of them in the chat. We appreciate everyone coming by to watch that game play out, but tragic indeed. A little bit of heartbreak there for this team to unfortunately lose. Again, it's upper bracket time though, so luckily they've got still another opportunity down in the lower. Try and find ways to make this happen and extend their Element4 qualifier run. But obviously, big GGs to the Mormon leadership team for coming up with what was a fantastic win there on Consulate.
Yeah, everything you'd hope to see for a game 4. Almost got a comeback being brought out, but just not going to be the case. Well, it was 4 up and 4 down here for day number 1, and a lot of fun games that went down. A lot of fun strats. I know I added a lot to my ranked book. What about you, Whiskey?
Yeah, trying to keep track of everything that we got a chance to see today. Really wide spread of gameplay, some good, some great, some questionable at best. But, you know, that's one of the fun parts about open qualifiers, getting a chance to see all of that and getting a chance to cast and bring that gameplay to everybody and have your opportunity to have you know, have your play, have your team be on stream. Love being able to do that. This is a fantastic community, and I know we were going through some stuff this week, but absolutely everybody came through, enabled us to be here to be a part of the E4 qualifiers.
That's right. And so we reach the dreaded part of the evening where it's going to be goodbye. We've got 2 more days coming up for you of some Siege, 2 in a row, more E4 coming your direction. But for us, we are all finished up for the evening. Just want to say a huge thank you to the Unnamed Gamer for being the observer here and catching every single kill. Thank you so much to Ferme and staff at Element4 for bringing us on for this co-stream. And most importantly, thank you to you guys for hanging out with us for a couple of hours of Siege and allowing us to get the subs and the follows to do what we love, and that is talk about Siege. One more big thank you to the R6 community. I know you guys know that I am having a tough time with my family, and you guys just came together and showed me just absolute love and support that I was completely unprepared for. So I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to everybody that shared my posts, that donated towards the cause, that came together with kind words and showed how impactful that we actually are here in the community. It just meant the absolute world to us. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Not just for the Twitter, not just for tonight, but for everything. But we're here, Whiskey. We've come to the dreaded part of the evening where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.